Oh, I'm not invisible after all. I'm actually here. Just doing my usual running late thing. It kind of, usually everyone's running late, so it's only just you, like not even me, as it turns out. Just this a little bit. Okay. Yeah, we've got to ease into the evening, give everyone time to get on. And in the meantime, I got to decide what vidges I'm going to make. Okay. Not the clarified long machines, not the machine. Maybe a tender knob, because that's just a funny name. A tender knob. I have to go get my orgeat. It's probably not the most necessary thing in the world. I could just use my sugar syrup. I also need to look up tender knob to get its history. That's just such a funny name. Hello, her ladyship. You are early. Lovely to see you. Keeping young Heine company. I'm looking up to see if there's any history for this cocktail. I forgot to, commit anything to memory. Was it on this side? Yes, it is. A tender knob. What a ridiculous name. Ooh, wait, that's different. Huh. Mils. How many mils is that? Huh. What's my recipe? Cognac rye whiskey. Meliti Amaro. All right, they're just doing different Amaros. I'm going to do my own Amaro. That's cool. Look, there's a lot of people who've changed their channel names because in retrospect they were like, That's the whole thing. All right, so I reckon I'm going to make a tender knob. It's just such a stupid... should I be completist? Get my... dash back out to the fridge and get my orgeat? Maybe. Sorry, how do they serve it? Is it up? No, it's on ice. Okay. Right. Yeah, you know what? Oh, that's the thing. You know, all having been on the internet so long, um, lots of cringe, self cringe. I mean, I have to admit, I don't have the excuse of being a teenager as an adult, but I will occasionally get reminded of one of my old videos, and probably not full on cringe, but a really strong element of the fuck was I thinking? And look, face that way. Yeah. Look at the audience. There we go. Just looking. Yes, it's the Council of Chickens. All right. So I'll put the chickens in charge because I'm getting ready to shoot a video. I'm just going to duck out. And again, this will be very quick. I just got to get my orgeat. Also, besides getting the orgeat, I got my sour apple syrup I made this week. Might make something with that a bit later. There's a lot of things I might make drink-wise, which would, get me pretty drunk. I have plans, but I'm going to do a tender knob. And I'm literally making this just because of the name. Appeals to my juvenile sense of humor. Right, okay, let's start to get stuff in order. Space in here is a little restricted. Mostly because I keep a bed in here. This was young Mr. Angry's bedroom. And never got rid of the bed because, it's good for party night. I can stay up really late and then just fall into the bed. Wait a sec. Gonna make it so this will be here at first. All right. Put this camera on this tripod. I didn't even turn my background lights on. It's so drab without those lights on. Got to brighten it up a bit. Make life a bit more interesting. Got my GoPro. Come on, GoPro. Let's get on there. Get along, little doggy. Okie dokie. Artichokey. That's about right. Okay, we want the mixing glass. Gonna go there. Look, you know what? I may as well peel a bit of orange for the garnish. Hey, Asafa. Welcome to party night. Who knows what the night will bring? Got my orange peel. Okay, now I have to get this recipe. Video ideas. Where is tender knob? Okay, so I want cognac, rye, cognac, rye, astragalus. I'm going to use yellow chartreuse. Chartreuse and Amaro. Let's use Averna. Averna Amaro. Okie dokie. This will end up in the orgeat. We're only doing quarter, so I'm going to need this one. Okay. We started with the cognac. Oops. Just made a mess. What am I doing? 1/4 ounce of the Amaro. Get ready. Yep, the sugars got into the thread on the chartreuse. Rye whiskey. Right. Oh, that's right. I was going to look up the history of this. And I forgot to. Hey, Shieldsy. You're just in time to see the chickens in charge, mate. Okay, history of tender knob. Okay, so it's named after an area in San Francisco. All right, now turn this on and turn this on. How's that? That's probably right. Okay, we all ready to go? Well, let's go. And we are going. Cognac. Whiskey. Half an ounce of yellow chartreuse. No. 1/4 ounce of orgeat. Alrighty. Und now we get it ice. Right. We save the rest of the ice. Alright. That's it. Now, just make sure it starts because this acts funny on me sometimes. Yep, we're good. Okay, we're gonna stir the drink. Man, that tastes good. That tastes good. Spritz some citrus oils on there. And let's just slap that in there. Okay. That's the cocktail made. Now, we gotta do the talking bit. The thing I like to do, the talking. That Shieldsy. You're claiming to be old. You don't get to claim to be old around to me. Right. Almost forgot to take my thumbnail picture. All right. Let's take a picture of that drinky. All right. Better get the recipe back up because it's a little bit complicated. I'll put that there. Okay. Turning the light around again. Okay. UV maps. All right, put that there. Put that there. Here's to you, Lydia. Okay. That's a done. That's a done. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a cocktail called a tender knob. It's created in San Francisco, named after a district in San Francisco. I freely admit it caught my eye when I was looking at cocktail recipes because my juvenile teenage mind would have gone, he said knob. And, you know, San Francisco as well, who knows? But you know what? It's a very interesting looking drink and I love the ingredients. I'm going to give it a bit of a taste and ooh, that's a good one. That's sweetened with just a small amount of orgeat, and it comes through really nicely. Now, the other ingredients I'm using, I'm improvising a little based on what I have, but I've seen little variations of this recipe online, so I wasn't that worried about doing a little bit of improvising myself. So basically, it has a cognac, or you could just use the brandy of your choice, a rye whiskey. I'm using a local one. This was actually finished in stout casks, gives it a really nice flavor. Now, the recipes I said called for Strega, which I don't have. Yellow chartreuse, not that far removed from it. Also, I'm just showing off that I've got yellow chartreuse, despite the global difficulties in getting it. And there's also an Amaro. I saw two different Amaros on different sites, and I didn't have either of them. So I was not that shy about improvising and using what I do have, which is a Verna. And it has all come together really nicely. This is one I recommend you try. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, put 1 ounce or 30 mils of cognac or the brandy of your choice, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of rye whiskey. Then we add half an ounce or 15 mils of Strega or yellow chartreuse or something else. No, that sounded stupid. Then I added half an ounce or 15 mils of yellow chartreuse, although the recipe says Australia, and then a quarter of an ounce of an Amaro and a quarter of an ounce, around 7.5 mils of orgeat. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, then strain it into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice, and for a garnish I'm just using a twist of orange peel. I did see a recommendation to use both a twist of orange and lemon. I actually did not have a lemon handy. I squeezed some earlier and threw the outsides away, so we've just gone with an orange peel, but it works for me. It was a really nice blend of the herbal elements and the boozy elements, and just the little nuttiness coming from the orgeat. I did actually see one recipe that suggested splitting the orgeat a bit with a nut liqueur, and I almost did that, but I thought it's just a small amount anyway. I'll keep it simple, or relatively simple, and do it with orgeat. But yeah, never be afraid to play and experiment, because that's how you A, make the most of what you have in your collection, and B, how you discover possibly new things that work. And this one worked for me. I hope it does for you too. Until I see you again, I'll just say cheers. And there's a really noisy cricket outside the fucking window, which the microphone's probably picking up. Gosh darn it. Okay, let's switch a few things off, and I'm going to sit down. Sit down, laddie. All right. You go there. You go there. Goodbye. See you. So the weird thing, my audio recorder has a little LCD display. When I switch it off, it says, goodbye, see you. I don't know why my audio recorder has to say goodbye to me once. I really don't know why it has to say goodbye to me twice. Well, see, that's why I put the chickens in charge, Shieldsy, because they know what they're about. Yeah, Shieldsy, that is funny. It is. Overall, the summer is almost definitely going to be drier than usual. But my wordy, didn't basically the whole East Coast have a bunch of rain in the last couple of days? All right, banner can go away because the chickens are at least temporarily retired. Okay. I'm just going to adjust my cocktail list. And I might make a tequila one. And I got my eye on two. Maravilla. Looks like Maravilla, but it's tequila. So I'm guessing you meant to pronounce it Maravilla. Mezcal, creme de cacao, amaro, and bitters. So that's kind of mezcal old-fashioned. Instead of sugar syrup, it's sweetened with creme de cacao and amaro. And Yellow Blood, which is a fun name. Actually, that's... I've already made a yellow chartreuse. No, I'm not. I will make Yellow Blood at some point. What was the other one? God, that one's also... This is Blanco tequila with Amaro and dark creme de cacao. So one's mezcal and one's Blanco tequila. What's Johnny's dream? Another Blanco tequila, bitter red aperitivo, lime juice. Oh, that one's orange juice, and I don't have orange juice. What's an angel's face? Gin and applejack and apricot. I used up my apricot liqueur because it's gone weird. The Bill Chandler is rum, orange liqueur, lemon juice, and grenadine. And the cherry bomb, Blanco tequila, cherry liqueur, maraschino liqueur. Ooh, Amaro Montenegro. Okay, do I want to do mezcal or Blanco tequila is the question. Well, yeah, that's why I only let the chickens on temporarily, because I think they would easily become more popular than me. So you gotta watch it. Oh yeah. It just became a thing. Chickens in charge. Oh, there we go. A vote. Thank you, Dr. Abigail. I should make mezcal. I do like mezcal. So this drink's basically a mezcal old fashioned. And because I'm easily led, I'm just going to do that. That's pretty tasty. I quite like how that one's come together. That's a solid 8 out of 10. Ooh, I'm going to put a cherry in it. Ah. All right. God, I might even do it quickly. Like when I finish this one, might just make the short video and then not make any more videos tonight. I mean, unless I go really long and get bored and want some variety, going fishing for cherries. And it took me ages to get one, and I just kind of winged it. I need to skewer it right through the middle. Yeah, I could make a flaming mo. I've got a cup. I think was it meant to be the cough syrup that they set on fire in the flaming mo? I've got a few things that burn quite well. High proof spirits. Oh, I had a really specific idea of how to do a burning thing. I feel like I probably should have done it for Halloween. Maybe I'll save it for New Year's Eve, because something on fire, particularly if I like sprinkle cinnamon on it, throws off sparks. Kind of looks like New Year's celebration. Get ready. Oh man, that is actually pretty good. I'm enjoying that. Oh, cricket's deciding to slow down? No, it's starting up again. Fine. It's not even the loudest one. There's one that tends to, well, it's possibly many different crickets, and maybe it's the spot rather than the cricket that makes the noise. Maybe there's some resonance in spot. But just outside the other door, there is, and it's a cricket. It's not lots of crickets. It's a cricket that will do its little song, and it's really fucking loud. It's quite weird. And the trees out the back regularly get cicadas in them. That's really constant. That might be a cicada. Because crickets tend to have sort of a pulsing rhythm, and cicadas is like a thing. I know I am actually planning on maybe getting a haircut this week. It's very long. I'm not gonna, I don't know, cut about that much off. So it's still collar length. Be about, in my mind, it'll be about the length it was 2 years ago. Because I haven't just let it grow. I have been getting trims. So if I hadn't cut it at all in the last 3 years, which is how long I've been growing it, it would be heaps longer than this. But I have been getting trims a couple of times a year. But I'm thinking of just getting a chop to about, I don't know, about here. I'll talk to my guy. I have a guy, a barber in the city, and I trust him. I'll tell him, I think, no, it's just gotten too long, and it was fun to grow it long. I was looking back at old pictures, and I liked how it looked about 2 years ago. And I'll take in a reference picture, which is, of course, from a video, be a screen grab from a video. And I go, I've already saved one. I go, yeah, this is the look I want. That's me holding a phone, in case you're wondering what I'm doing. I'm miming. Speaking of phones, where did I put my phone? I don't want to leave it running. I do that. Want that. Want this. And to get to my phone. So, is it the Maravilla? Yes, Maravilla. Is what I'm going to make in a little bit when I drink this one. All right, you haven't had a full haircut for 4 years. There you go. Yeah, I've just had trims for 3 years. I kind of grew my hair almost this long. Oh, who's dinging me? Some random troll. Okay. Glad you found your phone. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's tasty. Yeah, so we'll see if I'm going to get a haircut. Then we'll see if I think it was a mistake. Actually, I also want the fringe cut so it doesn't go into my face. Because currently, if I brush the fringe straight down, it comes to about here, and the bits at the side sort of go in my mouth. So it's like trim at the back and just trim the top and sides. I do not want a mullet. I just want the of a length that it's not in my eyes and doesn't go in my mouth. But he's a professional. I'm sure. I think he's making a mistake of scratching an insect bite. I'm probably going to bleed everywhere. That's ridiculous. Yeah. That guy died a couple years ago. He kind of was quite magnanimous about getting the weird internet cult celebrity. It's like just from some Eastern European entertainment show. Just like really, really cheesy, conservative. I guess you'd almost call it ethnic entertainment. It's like Jesus, there was some shit TV when I was a kid. The country station kind of showed an amalgam of things from the different networks in Sydney. They could buy shows from all the networks, so it wasn't the same as Channel 9, Channel 7, Channel 10. It would be a mix of the things. But there were these, I think they were even locally produced. I'm not sure. Be like on a Sunday. Sometimes it was the Italian Variety Hour, and then there was actually also Variety Greek Style, and it was just like the suckiest TV shows. I think my phone troll's not quite as far away as Russia. So Shieldsy, yeah, Blog TV used to always do it on Blog TV, and over the years, YouTube has gone from being very easy to stream on to very difficult and then easy again. They would keep fucking changing how you do it. And there was one period where you had to install all this custom software and it was a real bunch of fuckery. Like there's a period just like single click live stream. And then they said, oh no, you should do it like this. And it was really fucking annoying. So I was using Blog TV. Now it's back to being single click live streaming. But as I use StreamYard, because that actually lets me restream. So we occasionally get folks on Twitch and Facebook watching as well. Because, why not? But yeah, it's a really good interface. Just single click and off you go. So, what's happening? It's quite warm today, and this room was left in the heat all day. I didn't turn the aircon on till I came in, and it's just starting to kick in and cool down the room. What's the bureau saying? It's check on bomb and what the fuck is this? Terms and conditions. It's still 30 outside. Holy shit. So it's meant to drop to 17 overnight, then 25 maximum. It's not though, is it? It is absolute. Okay. The original prediction was it would drop, unless they meant last night, because sometimes they mean that. Now they're saying it won't go below 24 overnight. Fuck me. Might be leaving the aircon on in the bedroom. It's actually going to be cooler at 11 a.m. and I mean a lot cooler at 11, if you believe the bomb, it'll be a lot cooler at 11 a.m. than it will be in the middle of the night tonight. And that's honestly just weird. But then actually cool overnight, Saturday, Sunday, down to 11. Anyway, weather. That's a fun and exciting topic, isn't it? Ooh, Abigail's and Fooding, fair. You're a YouTube partner for 10 years. Oh yeah. It's like everyone was really upset about the adpocalypse all those years ago, and censorship. And it honestly made sense to me from a business perspective with YouTube. But it was just like, oh, there's all this crap, and am I going to fight demonetize? I actually voluntarily demonetized my channel and said, "Fuck off! I don't want to worry about it." Hey, Liam, I'm well. How are you doing? Yeah, no, we had a couple. Well, we only had one day where there was lots of rain, and then yesterday there was a little bit, and today 30 for most of the day. All right, you know what? I might make this quick video. Sorry, I'm just gonna. We're not doing a cherry bomb. We're doing a Maravilla. See if I can get any interesting background on it. Maravilla. Let's go on. Commit account. Created by Jose Cardenas at Rains Law Rooms in New York City. Named after the Spanish word for marigold. God knows noise of a fucking cicada and a plane going over. All right. God, that cicada's freaking annoying. Okay. Looks like it's time to put the chickens back in charge. They're very good at their job. Probably for the last time tonight. Probably won't make any more videos, but who the hoot and heck knows? Depends what's happening. It's a strange and mysterious world, and I don't pretend to understand all of it. Okay. Right, I'll put the banner back up so people know chickens are in charge. Oh man, I could be contentious. I forget what that was in reference to, but given current events, that might upset. Which is, again, it's the weirdest thing to suggest speaking out against genocide is contentious. But anyway, put the chickens in charge, and I'll get everything ready. Right, in here. Get ready. Get ready. All these Motown songs stuck in my head. But I used to always get the Muppet Show theme stuck in my head. Somewhat relevant, seeing today's the anniversary for Sesame Street's first broadcast. Okay. Now, you are wanted over here. Alrighty. Right, now I actually have to get some stuff together. Oh, so where did I put my phone? Oh, I put the black phone down on the dark sheets, and so I got confused. Right, where's my Trello? Maravilla. Right. We're getting Amaro Montenegro and creme de cacao out of here. So 2 to go in and 2 to come out. Amaro Montenegro. That is my creme de cacao. Brune creme de cacao. And these two both go back. And we get the mezcal. Peloton de la Muerte. Death Squad. And what do I want? Chocolate and orange bitters. Chocolate blues. The mysterious cupboard of mystery. And orange bitters. Okay. Right. You very well right. Okay. Starting with the mezcal. Right, we're getting through this mezcal. And the worms at the bottom that I've been transferring between bottles for a few years. Because I really don't want to eat them. I used to threaten Aidsy with them. I was going to make Aidsy eat the worms in a stream. Never got around to it. Now Aidsy's feeding the worms. Oh, who got the last laugh? Love the idea if I make some appalling joke at Aidsy's expense. Someone goes, "That's so disrespectful." It's like, did you actually know him? The king of disrespect? The mayor of Wrongtown? Yeah, I feel like that would be very funny if someone accosted me for saying something in bad taste about Aidsy. Like, bad taste? You mean Aidsy's favourite thing? And hello, Jog, by the way. Yeah, you've come just in time to have the chickens in charge. Yeah, that looks good. And let's go with the making of. We go to mezcal. Some dark creme de cacao. Cacao. Some Amaro Montenegro. And 1 dash of chocolate bitters. 2 dashes of orange bitters. And that's everything. Right. Add the ice. Just going to add a bit more ice, fresher ice. Because I'm a professional motherfucker. Just a regular, everyday, normal guy. That was weird. That vibration made the light go out. Because the plug on this is a bit dodgy. Very weird indeed. Okay. Okay, let's start again. And we're going to stir this sucker. Smoky. Ooh, it's got that nice barbecue smoke flavor. Like smoked pork ribs. All right. Strain that in. And do twist the orange peel and the cherry. And that's that made. Now I've got to do turkey because this is short. This is going to be quick. Hello, musical aviator. Okay. But I almost forgot again to take a publicity picture. All right. Let's do this. Okay. Got to turn this around for the more subtle bounce the light off the roof shenanigans. I really get to sit down and relax after this. Okay. Okay. Bottles is rattling. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is called a maravilla, which is Spanish for marigold. It's essentially a mezcal old-fashioned, but it's sweetened with creme de cacao and some Amaro Montenegro rather than sugar syrup. And taste-wise, those elements are working really well together, particularly the chocolate with the mezcal. It's really good. Here's how we make it. In a shaker, we put 2 ounces or 60 mils of, oh man, my brain just stopped working. In a mixing glass, we put 2 ounces or 60 mils of mezcal, and then we put half an ounce or 15 mils of dark creme de cacao, and half an ounce or 15 mils of Amaro Montenegro. Then we're doing 1 dash of chocolate bitters and 2 dashes of orange bitters. For the garnish, as befits an old-fashioned, I'm doing a twist of orange peel and a maraschino cherry on a skewer. The smokiness of the mezcal with the dark chocolate and a little bit of herbal element from the Amaro just is a really great mix. This one's well worth trying. If you like your boozy stirred down drinks, give it a go. The Maravilla. Cheers. All right. I feel like I've been industrious now, and I can sit down because I will be well ahead with the videos. Just sit down and chat. All right. And ease into a potentially long night. We'll see how I go. Turn that off. So we get a bit more mood lighting. Retire the chickens who think they're in charge. And here I go. Alrighty. I'll get rid of that banner. And you know, honestly, I'm going to put that there to see if it winds anyone up, which is ridiculous, the idea that it might. Musical Aviator have been doing flight sim all week. Russian trolls came through. Yeah, it is very odd what trolls do at some point. There was a phase of them on YouTube. I think YouTube must have finally worked out how to block them. And they would put a URL, but with spaces in it to try and trick YouTube into thinking it was URL. And they would be in live streams, like they would come up in my live streams. And it's like, so it's really ephemeral just going past. And it's like, how do you guys see this scam working? In order for someone to be scammed, they would have to copy paste that bit of your comment, which is going to scroll by, paste that into a browser, delete the spaces, then hit enter. It just boggles my mind, the idea that you could think someone would actually be taken in by it. But I think it's the game with the scammers. They do it a million times. Because, yeah, if only 1 in 1,000 people fall for it, if you do it a million times, 1,000 people fell for it. Hell, if only 1 in 10,000 fall for it, you do it a million times, you got 100 people. It's purely a numbers game. It's real. Honestly, not completely unrelated. I remember in the olden days of IRC and even MSN chat, I remember doing it. I'd be in these chat groups, and real guys would swan into chats and they just say things like, you know, who wants to have sex tonight? And everyone in the chat room I was in would laugh at them and go, fucking losers. And they would disappear. And at one point I was going, what even is the point in that? Would that even work 1 in 100 times? And then I realized they were doing it more than 100 times a night. They were literally just like scattergun. And who the fuck knows? It might eventually work, because sometimes there are people who just want to fuck. So Shrika, so you heard the WA Gov paying householders stop using Airbnb and renting the house. Airbnb is kind of illegal, should be explicitly illegal. Because it's this typical tech bro bullshit. Starts off sounding like a good idea, and then it just fucks people's lives up. Like the ride-sharing apps. And the worst of them all is Uber, a thing that just loses almost unfathomable amounts of money with the idea that either they'll trick someone into buying the company, or they'll destabilize existing taxi services and public transport to such a degree they've got like a stranglehold, and then they can just ramp up costs. It's like they're a fucking scam enterprise. I don't think I'd call Putin a scam surfer. I would call him a criminal. Again, yeah, Airbnbs, there was a brief, well, it was actually probably a couple of years where Airbnbs were a good idea pretty much for everyone. And then it just got out of control and it's destroyed the rental market. It is largely a bad idea for the people using properties as Airbnbs, but it's become a fucking appalling thing for people in the rental market. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Anyone in tech who doesn't hate big tech companies is a stooge or just a fucking moron. Uh, the evil and scamminess of these companies is ridiculous. It's like the evils perpetrated by all the social media companies, and just the lies about the technology. The latest thing with just blatant lies and hype is AI, and the hype is unsustainable because it's like, well, you can play with it and have fun and whatnot. It's actually super expensive for the companies to run these massive server farms, and they'll never make the money back. They never will. All their hype about these various things is bullshit. There are a raft of potentially extremely helpful, useful, and cool ways to use AI and machine learning and large language models and all that stuff. But the stuff being talked about is fucking bullshit. And particularly the singularity, the self-aware machines, the programs that are actually, become artificial general intelligence. They're actually self-aware and know what they're doing. That has as much grounding in reality as talking about crystals and healing power. It is just magical thinking. And okay, this is said with a huge disclaimer. A lot of people who are way smarter than me, and some of them aren't scammers, are convinced it will happen. Genuinely self-aware programs and machines that move beyond humans, the singularity, and also us being able to upload our consciousness into the matrix. There are people who are way smarter than me who genuinely believe that will happen, but it's magical thinking. It's like it's the underpants gnomes in South Park. Step 1, collect underpants. Step 2, step 3, profit. And so this artificial general intelligence thing is step 1, create pretty impressive machine learning things. Step 3, self-aware conscious entities in our programs. Step 2, how do we get from the machine learning AI to genuinely self-aware? Like they can't tell you how it will happen. Just as an article of blind faith, they say it will happen. And it's not impossible. But the whole thing about, AI is going to kill us. No, you know what? We need to be more on guard of AI just being used as a horrible bureaucracy to fuck up our lives and monitor us nonstop, which these stinky fucking tech companies will do. They're doing it now. What am I saying they will do? They're doing it now. They're lying and stealing our data and fucking spying on us. They suck. So yes, I am very vociferously on the AI hype is bullshit train. Oh my god, there was this surreal article this week. I shared it on Twitter, which is definitely Twitter, not X. Fuck Elon Musk, steaming pile of shit. Also, just hideously embarrassing person. It's like I need to I try to avoid stories about Elon Musk and the dumb shit he's doing because it's so fucking cringe. I think I'm going to throw my back out from cringing so hard. I'm old. My back's not very flexible. Elon Musk makes me cringe so hard, I'm going to fucking injure myself. So, yeah. I mean, he's such a pathological liar, that guy. And he's so pathetic. It's like genuinely embarrassing to watch. My God, he is such a fucking loser, that guy. And I have almost no doubt he will go down in history as a fucking joke and a loser. And I think there's a whole swath of opportunities for him to be sued and even face criminal charges. He's definitely, I mean, he is being sued on a bunch of fronts. I think there's strong grounds for him to actually be prosecuted as well. Yeah, Harry, to be fair, I've kind of done the same joke 2 nights in a row with the thumbnail. Last night I was talking about Hedy Lamar's birthday, the famed actress and inventor, and I used a picture of Hedley Lamar from Blazing Saddles, character from Blazing Saddles. And yes, I referenced tonight is the anniversary of the first broadcast of Sesame Street. And so, of course, I used an image from Peter Jackson's Meet the Feebles. Oh, yeah, no. I think it's almost inevitable that either Twitter will collapse completely or someone who's not a complete fucking moron will end up in charge. Like, because it's the actual value of Twitter to anyone to buy it now is about, at best, a quarter of what Elmo Mush paid for it, because he's a fucking moron. You probably couldn't sell it for more than 10 or 15% of what he paid for it. But I think one of two things will happen. Either it will collapse completely and cease to exist, or someone who's not an absolute fuckwit will end up in control of it, and they'll just revert everything to Twitter and tweets, because literally every decision Elmo has made since buying Twitter has been fucking stupid, and it lost value for the company. Oh yeah, I actually saw Meet the Feebles in the cinema when it was a new film, because I'm old. Justin, I did see that guy was at least under investigation. I don't know what's actually happening. See, Harry, you say hardcore porn like it's a bad thing. That's like one of the best things about Twitter now. It's lost all the other good elements. No, oh my God. Strictly saying, what the fuck sort of sleepover was that? At 13, watching bloody Meet the Feebles and Akira. Yeah, and that's the other reason I still call it Twitter musically, because fuck Elmo. Fuck him so much. Akira's a wild one. That whole weird sequence in the hospital where it's like, oh, I think you were meant to take acid at the start of the movie and it would just be kicking in now. So you'd really be losing it, wondering what's really happening in the movie, because I don't know. Oh man, I love the smokiness of mezcal cocktails. It's not for everyone, I know. I know I used to say making a mezcal cocktail is like drinking from an ashtray, but good. And I've now morphed that into it's barbecue smoke. And it does have a really savory thing. So it's like you're smoking the meats on a barbecue. Oh, it's actually pretty entertaining and extremely weird. And I have not, I don't think I've watched it since it was a new film. So that's like 30 years ago. And I think it's probably the epitome of being full of things that didn't age well. Hey, Greg, how you going? Justin, you almost hooked up with him years ago. Sorry, I thought you were referring to Peter Jackson there. Uh, I suppose Canberra's a small dating pool. I don't know how the hookup culture works. I'm a responsible adult in a stable, long-term monogamous relationship. You dirty, dirty, dirty people. Just throwing them up, throwing it out there. I'm being super judgmental. I oppose genocide, and I oppose you filthy, dirty people with your random casual sex. There, I said it. I'm a Puritan. Harry, I love it's like the Muppets on acid. One of them's literally on heroin, if I remember rightly. Okay, it's just a touch ratio. That's what I thought you were kind of suggesting. Small dating pool. Safa, how long's a piece of string? It literally depends what you want and what you want to pay. You know, anywhere from 30 to 60 bucks. It's where you go, what you want, how fussy you are. These are all things. But you got all these bloody hipster men's places. And honestly, is my guy a hipster? I don't know. He's I've never actually asked him. He's that ambiguous Central European. Like I've never bothered to ask. With his appearance and his accent, he could have come from anywhere from Turkey to the Balkans. He's just that ambiguous middle European sort of guy. If I'm a Puritan, you're the Queen of England. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Strictly Savior's just nailed it. $24, good price. But yeah, my guy has this really meticulously done beard, and I'm kind of jealous of it. But I'm kind of happy with my facial hair at the moment. I might get it trimmed a little bit, just evened up. But yeah, definitely going to get a haircut. Oh wow, yeah, that is not good from a discretion point of view. Being on Grindr when you're an MP, I mean, MPs should be allowed to fuck people. I mean, where's consenting? No, my guy does not have hair in a bun. He has short hair, but he has this really meticulous beard, which is, and it's not really the stereotype hipster beard either. It like comes to a point. I quite like it. I'm gay for my barber, but there you go. Yes, average women's cuts around 100. I think these days, particularly like in Melbourne, the average for men would be somewhere between 30 and 50 bucks, which is a hugely ambiguous range for average, but I just don't know. Does he listen to the Sprockets? I don't know. I haven't asked him. Oh yeah, Diwali. There was a Diwali festival in a park near me. I didn't go there, but there were a lot of people, somewhat of an Indian community around here. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're a public figure, you give up certain things. Oh, sorry. We're talking about a Greens politician in Canberra who's under investigation for sexual activity with underage people, or unless he might have been referring to the hairdresser. Yeah, that was Burgatory, because the owner of the chain is Muslim, and he was at one of the Free Palestine rallies doing the River to the Sea chant, and his outlet in South Caulfield got firebombed, basically burnt out, which is a nasty bit of fuckery. Mm. God, I was just going to put myself another drink. You know what? I'm going to mix things up. I'm going to have some soda water. I've got my bottle of soda water here. So, Safa, I have actually had burgers from that specific burger tree. I was not a fan. They fucked up my order more than once. So I didn't go back because they fucked up my order more than once. Heine likes the burger tree. My Catholic upbringing really wants to take exception with the burgatory, which is obviously play on words of purgatory, and they've got they name the burgers after saints and devils and whatnot. It's going, but purgatory has neither saints nor purgatory has neither saints nor demons. It's an in between limbo. Heidi, you like their fried chicken burger? I'm not sure I ever had that. Safa, I don't know. You can look up their burgers online. I could not tell you off the top of my head the range of their burgers. I guess that's true. Camper's too small to not bump into someone you know on Grindr. Uh, Dating and hookups. What a fucking palaver, honestly. I do remember, this is going way back, probably at least 10 years, if not more, as an ad on a tram in Melbourne for, it was probably RSVP. This was pre-Grinder, pre-Tinder, actual dating as opposed to hookups. Although obviously people hooked up on these sites. But there was an ad that I thought was quite clever. That it said, date someone that your friends haven't dated, because pre-internet dating, just going out, it was actually quite difficult to find someone to date outside your social circle. So that was the risk, that you'd end up dating someone that your friends had dated. I thought that was quite clever advertising. So yeah. But you know, it's the whole thing. I feel like I dodged a bullet with never trying online dating when it was just pure hookup stuff with Tinder and whatnot, where actually it had to work a bit for the dating, because while there's a convenience element with the hookup sites, there's also, I don't know, I feel like there's just like lots of scope for just psychological trauma. Does I don't see any glitter on StreamYard. I don't know about other platforms. Safa, Burgatory's nowhere near the most expensive, but it's not cheap. Harry, no, I get it, man. Before coming out, it's just trying to find yourself. Is just an added level of complexity. It's like, you know, what am I complaining about? Cishet white man. The only person who has more options in dating is a cishet white woman. Fallen Dreams, hello. Joining us on the Twitch. I am doing quite well. I am recovering from COVID. I was less chipper about 2 weeks ago, but pretty good now. Mrs. Angry got a second bout of it, what they call rebound COVID. She was on antivirals, which were working. Then she finished the antivirals and it came back. So she's still quite congested. You might even hear her coughing once or twice. I think Burgatory is more expensive than grilled Saha, although, again, you could look it up online to validate that. Fallen Dreams. Oh, thanks. I mean, it was never that bad for me. It was like a mild cold. Still not great. Fatigue, though. Oh, my God. Safa, am I going all night? Who knows? See how long I last. I certainly have ideas about time. Yeah, Fallen Dreams. It was my second bout. My first bout was, I don't know, about a year ago. I can't even remember. But I isolated in my room for a week for that one. And it worked. Young Mr. Angry got it. This is when both my offspring were still living here. They moved out a year ago. Young Mr. Angry got it from socializing, gave it to me. We both like tested positive within 24 hours of each other. And we isolated, but obviously I'd been infected for at least a day or so before I started isolating. But we did isolate in our rooms, and young Ms. Angry and Mrs. Angry were here the whole time, and they never got it. So isolating works, kids. I was a bit late with isolating this time, and I did give it to Mrs. Angry, her first bout, which I feel quite bad about, but you know. Safra, it's always a good time for ice cream. I'm never going to say it's a bad time for ice cream. You grew up small town, didn't date. I mean, I never dated anyone in Dubbo. I never dated anyone until I left Dubbo and was at uni. But that's just because I was a repressed Catholic nerd. Everyone else I knew was fucking dating. Horny teenagers. Catholic guilt and repression worked too well on me. And I was way too nervous and introverted and insecure. Yeah, that was absolutely it, Safa. I was too cool. It's not that I was a completely fucking awkward dork. I was too cool. Ah, dear. Yes, Dubbo had a Pizza Hut. Not when I was there, though. They had one of the first McDonald's that far from a big city, and I work there. So, Harry, you're a confirmed Catholic nerd. Join the Knights of Columbus. Dang. In Australia, it's the Knights of the Southern Cross. My dad was in the Knights of the Southern Cross. Bunch of fascists. Dr. Abigail, someone in your D&D group that tested positive. Ah, yeah, watch out for symptoms. Yeah. I love that as a take, Heidi. Well, you know, Grilled has a $9.50 burger, but nothing that cheap, so I'll have biscuits and cheese for $3. That's fair, man. I think I'm going to a Betty's on Monday with people from work. You're a trombone player. Right, Spring got COVID, had to miss rehearsal. Dang. So Catholic guilt works exactly like it's meant to. It's weaponized guilt. Yeah. So yeah, that fucking Catholic cult, the Knights of, I think is different in the different countries. But yeah, my dad was in Knights of the Southern Cross. It's like a Catholic version of the Masons, almost. Oh yeah, I think a lot of coffee drinkers get free coffees at work, Heine. I'm not a coffee drinker, so doesn't work for me. So I tend to, if I'm going into the office, it's like, well, I'm going to start the day with an energy drink. And I'll pick up an energy drink on my way into work, and then I might have some Pepsi during the day. But I'm just not a coffee guy. Oh, wow, Harry, that's pretty wild. Your mum had you going to vacation Bible school. Had to be a good boy. I never went to any Bible camp, but it was a Catholic school. And this is one of my favorite things to tell. In year 8, I won a Bible quiz. It was like across the whole year. It's like mastermind type thing, but it was Bible questions. And I won easily, I might add. I smashed the opposition. Guess what my prize was? A Bible. That doesn't seem useful. I've already proved that I know the Bible. Why are you giving me a Bible? That's a dumb prize. Justin, you're getting bad hay fever, but you're escaping into a northern hemisphere winter. Yeah, no, Harry, I'm not joking. I want a friggin' Bible. It's like, I don't need a Bible. I just proved I know it. Why are you giving me a... That's dumb. Get me a better prize. But that would have been frowned upon for me to make a big scene. I actually kept it for quite a while. It was good news for modern man. It was one of those ones where they tried to modernize the language of the Bible. And I don't know, they never really caught on. I think the most popular one is still King James. Except weirdo evangelicals in the States. Yeah, but it's going into cooler weather. And it's definitely not spring and hay feverish stuff. Everyone I know on the socials in the Northern Hemisphere is complaining about because they've just switched daylight saving and it's getting dark early and it's cold. Oh, it's the thing, particularly evangelical types who definitely do not read the whole Bible. One of the best analogies I've heard is, and this is the majority of evangelical Christians who don't actually read the Bible. It's kind of like the terms of service with, Facebook or something, where you don't read it, you just scroll to the bottom and say, I agree. That's how most evangelicals are with the Bible. They don't read it, they just go, I agree. Oh, God, Safa, no comparison. It just, no comparison at all. What's a country town of 30,000 people like compared to the biggest metropolis in Australia? It's impossible to compare them. So, Harry, your church wasn't too wacky. You went to Catholic church on a military base. Well, see, honestly, Catholics are more grounded than evangelicals. I'll say that about my Catholic churches as well. They're more grounded and less ridiculous than evangelicals. And yes, I don't disagree with you, Justin, that was a stupid way to say I agree with you. Actually giving the Bible a thorough, objective reading, definitely you're at least as likely to become an atheist as you are to become really devout. No, the Catholic Church wasn't that big on doing a thing with church wine. It was usually only the priest who drank it. And I think it was non-alcoholic wine. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think it was non-alcoholic wine. But I don't think I ever had altar wine. Harry, you're going to be agnostic just in case aliens come to take us away. I was watching this funny video. It's like just some absolutely ridiculous evangelical who was Australian, as it turned out, and was almost definitely lying when he told this big story about being invited onto a university campus by the Atheist Society to debate him. He's almost definitely lying because his whole story just reeked of bullshit. But he's big mastering like, ooh, how to beat an atheist in 2 minutes. And it's basically saying, do you acknowledge there's things you don't know? And any rational person will, of course, say, yes, there's a whole bunch of things I don't know. And so, therefore, isn't it possible that God exists? And you just have to say, okay, well, it's obviously possible, but also maybe Bigfoot exists because you can't prove a negative. You can only prove a positive. You can't. You can prove something exists, or you can pull together compelling evidence that something exists. You cannot prove beyond all possibility that something doesn't exist, because it's always possible there's something you don't know about. So this guy's big slam dunk line was, so you're not an atheist, you're agnostic, which brings you one step closer to being in the love of Jesus like me. Yeah, it's Russell's teapot. Yeah, there could be a teapot. It's just, it's the stupidest fucking argument. Hey, Tim, by the way. Well, see, I think that depends on how you define atheism. I do like winding up people uh, who are that really hardline, God definitely doesn't exist. I feel like I can say with absolute confidence every religion in the world is wrong, because, well, they all disagree with each other. And uh, I don't really mind if someone's spiritual, or even if someone adheres quite solidly to a religion. But for me, it's like I said, when someone pushes me on, you're atheist or agnostic, I go, I don't think the existence of, or not of, a supreme being is actually particularly important. I think there is no evidence whatsoever of a god-like being or a supreme being. But if such a being existed, they would be so far beyond what we understand as humans. The very concept that a god, let's pretend there is a god, a supreme being, a creator out there, the very concept that a being that far beyond us cares whether a bunch of talking monkeys on this little blue dot in an infinite universe believes in them, that's a ridiculous, vain human conceit. And I find it genuinely, it's like, really, you. And then we can get into some my favorite things about when people try to work their way around the religion's teachings, and they're like being amateur lawyers arguing the finer points of theology. Well, I know it says I shouldn't commit adultery, but I could kind of do this. It's kind of, I've had such fun conversations with Jewish friends who laugh about the whole kosher thing, because you get this weird, really convoluted arguments about what's kosher and what isn't, and how to adhere to orthodox things, and people saying, well, it says I can't do that, but I could do this. And it's like, are you genuinely telling me you're trying to trick God? Is that what you're doing? You're looking at, well, I believe this is God's teaching, but I found a loophole. For real? Is that what you're telling me? You are legit. You're going to fool God. Sure, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. What was I thinking? Well, a few of the older religions have funny elements. Like the Greek gods were very venal, and the Roman gods were just copies of that. And the Norse gods were pretty shallow and awful too. But they were all going to die come Ragnarok. But yeah, the idea of not everyone who's in the Abrahamic religions believes this, but of the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-perfect, all-loving deity, which dominates the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. That is just doesn't make any sense at all. Oh gosh, but no, that's a legit thing. When you get not just Catholics, but some evangelicals who talk about it's not sex if it's not penis in vagina. Like, you'll get these people who literally will be, I gave or received 20 blowjobs, or I had anal 20 times, but that's not sex because it wasn't penis in vagina. That's so out there. So, Tim, it's a bit like the argument against tennis, watching the other gents hit and kill. No, in a perfect world, no gods, no masters, definitely. Harry, I don't know a lot about Hinduism. And I've read some real basics on Hinduism. And my understanding is they do believe, good and evil, evil's punished, there's karma. If you're into the reincarnation thing. But yeah, I'd probably say something, no, Safa, 2012 is a fucking terrible movie. It's stupid as fuck. The basic premise of the movie is stupid as fuck. The whole, the Mayan calendar said the world would end in 2012. Yeah. So you're a deist, and that's fine. And yes, Hindus have a lot of gods. Egyptians had a lot of gods. But it's a whole thing. Strictly saying, you like the bits in 2012 with the storms chasing them. It's just, if you just want to watch a disaster movie, it's fun. But you get people who are literally tying it to, the Mayans said the world would end in 2012. They fucking didn't, Oh, yeah, Tim. So you maybe know Hinduism better than me. Good and evil, justice and injustice. So many gods out there. There are so many gods. It's like, one of the atheist or agnostic arguments is like, well, you know what? There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of gods, and you don't believe in any of them but maybe one. So you're almost as agnostic or atheist as me. Oh, yeah, there is definitely the whole caste thing in really conservative Hinduism, which is very ugly and awful. Oh, there are definitely, Dr. Abigail, there are better disaster movies than 2012. 2012 is quite dumb. But sometimes a switch your brain off disaster movie can be entertaining, like The Day After Tomorrow, where they took like some very out there scientific possibilities, like if certain ocean currents changed, it could cause sudden and massive temperature drops, and that is very vaguely possible, but they just took it and ran with it. Oh yeah, Tim, there's no way I know enough about Hinduism to say if there's any sects within Hinduism that don't have castes. Gotta go. Thanks for dropping in. Always good to see you, man. Actually, Dante's Peak, that's a good disaster movie. And actually, Volcano, the one with Tommy Lee Jones that came out at the same time as Dante's Peak. Volcano is dumber than Dante's Peak, but still fun. Deep Rising, that's another good one. Yeah. Oh my God, disaster movie. They go like right back to the 70s. There was Earthquake. And sometimes the disaster was smaller, like the Towering Inferno, sometimes bigger. Oh, speaking of good disaster movies, Armageddon. Stupid as hell, but so entertaining. And that was a huge hit, that Aerosmith song. Oh, I friggin' loved Armageddon. Such a good cast, such a silly movie, but it's just like I am just going to switch my brain off and enjoy this movie. Um, Also, I love any movie that has like American military doing the military talk, like the guy when they're trying to get off the movie, go on, we got no time, no time, no time. I just love that. You've just got to switch your brain off, Dr. Abigail. Armageddon fucking rocks. It's absolutely stupid. Um, that was one of the funniest things when and because it was a Criterion movie a long time ago. It wasn't done later, ironically. It was the whole thing. No, you have 3 Aerosmith CDs in your car's glove box, and so you bought a car, and there were 3 Aerosmith CDs in the glove box. That's actually pretty funny. I like that. Oh, God, Dr. Abigail, you can't bring science into Armageddon. It's just like even just the fundamental thing of why don't we fire nukes at it? And someone comes up with a really stupid reason why you shouldn't. It's going, you know what you should do? You should just fire nukes at it, because it may or may not work. Um, but you've basically got nothing to lose. And in fact, if you fire the nukes when the asteroid is far enough away, you only have to deflect it by 1 degree and it will miss Earth. Oh, yes. Deep Impact was probably less stupid than Armageddon, but was still pretty silly. Oh, sorry. Okay. Dr. Abigail, the Criterion Collection was a, a company that released physical media, DVDs, Blu-rays, etc., and they released special versions of good quality films, like art house films, significant films. But they released a version of Armageddon as well, which is pretty funny. No, the Indian music that was also in the glove box was begging you to start working for Uber. Oh my god. I've said this one before. You're at Gravity with Sandra Bullock. Like people kind of rightly shit talk Neil deGrasse Tyson, complaining about inaccuracies in movies. But for me, one of the funniest things he ever said, and he's obviously being very self-aware and self-mocking with it. That he's like, the movie shouldn't have been called Gravity because Gravity had nothing to do with the major plot points in it. The movie should have been called Angular Momentum. It's like, honestly, Angular Momentum, not a terrible name for a movie. Actually, I think Angular Momentum is probably a better name for a band. I think a heavy metal band called Angular Momentum. But I just thought that was so funny when Neil deGrasse Tyson said, Gravity had nothing to do with the plot points in the movie. It made no sense to call the movie Gravity. Should have called it Angular Momentum. Oh, you both, there you go. You knew it too. Yes, the short version of Criterion, Dr. Abigail, Criterion film is a fancy film. Harry, I don't think The Day After was a TV movie. Well, at least in Australia, I think it was released on cinema. And I found The Day After hilarious. Like, again, it was stupid as fuck. Like the nukes go off and vaporize everyone. But then you have people going back into cities that have been nuked. And it's just like, well, you're going to be dead of radiation poisoning within a couple of days, you idiot. There was a way better nuke film that came out at about the same time as the day after. It was called Miracle Mile. The lead guy was Anthony, what's his name, who was in, he was Goose in the original Top Gun, and he was in that ER TV show for a long time. Really good. Yes, Dr. Abigail, Criterion remastered the movies, so it's really good quality video and really good quality sound. So it's very high-end releases of high-end movies, but for some reason they did a release of Armageddon. Okay, so it was originally a TV special. Okay, I think in Australia it was released in cinemas. I think I saw it on video, but I'm not sure. Jason Robards was in it, and he's pretty fucking cool. But yeah. Yeah, but a bunch of them also died from radiation poisoning. You got people going, and this was not Hiroshima and Nagasaki nukes. This was modern nukes that were like destroying Los Angeles and whatnot. And someone going back in there days later and it's like, no, I'm pretty sure you're going to die. If not radiation poisoning, you're going to die of cancer within a couple of years. So Strictly Sega, you'd know this. Criterion sat down with directors like Cameron and Kubrick, master at perfect, correct color times expert. Okay, nice. Yeah, Harry, that's actually not too far removed. That it was kind of propaganda, Cold War stuff. Oh yes, and Criterion discs do cost more. There's a series of videos on YouTube, and I'm sure it's Criterion. It's the Criterion Closet. You get famous actors and directors go into this storage room that's got all Criterion videos, and they just go and pick like half a dozen, and they go, "Oh, this one. Oh, Dr. Abigail, yes, I would love you to actually explain nukes and radiation." I had to find the right button to push. Ugh. Now's where we find out if a certain hitman has been lurking and wants to have an alibi. Oh, okay. Now that's an interesting bit of trivia. Criterion invented director's commentary because I love commentary tracks. It's one of my favorite things on DVDs to listen to commentary tracks for movies I really liked. I also remember, I think it was The Onion years ago, had a series of articles on the site that they called Commentary Tracks of the Damned. And it was commentary tracks for really fucking terrible movies that were absolute failures. And the people would come on and try and say something positive. Hilarious. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. Okay. So nukes, hey? Now I've been
Okay, I'm just going to throw out that I'm coming out of the speaker a second after I say something.
Oh, so we're echoing. Okay.
Yes.
Shit. Okay, what do I need to do? Crap.
Or I could just not talk while you're giving an explanation.
So you're coming out of...
Yes, coming out of your thing a second after I actually say it.
Okay, I've probably got a volume thing happening. Okay. How's that? Is that better? You try talking now.
Okay, I'll start talking and see what happens. Yep, that's perfect. There we go.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, Strictly Sega on the ball there. Okay. So, nukes. So, do you know how modern nukes work?
They go boom.
So you know how you've seen Oppenheimer, I assume.
I actually have not. No.
Oh, okay, cool. I get to start from the start. So, an atom bomb. You slam two bits of fissile material together. or you get a large lump of fissile material, and I'm talking uranium or plutonium,
Yeah.
and compress it, and then it goes boom.
Yeah.
It reaches what's called critical mass and runaway neutron
Chain
flux,
reaction.
and boom. Modern nuclear weapons are what are called thermonuclear weapons,
Yes.
because they contain an atom bomb, but they also contain large amounts of hydrogen, in particular deuterium, which is an isotope of hydrogen.
Yeah.
And so the atom bomb heats up the hydrogen to a temperature that allows fusion to take place. So modern nukes are fusion bombs.
Right.
So they're much deadlier, but they still only have the radiation of those tiny atom bombs.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not to say that's not bad.
Pretty
That's not,
bad. Yeah.
that's pretty bad. So the radiation danger from a nuke is the dust that it's, because like a lot of the radioisotopes have a, like, they're incredibly strong, but that's their downside because they have an incredibly short half-life. That's what makes them strong.
Right.
So they're short and fast and deadly in the first day or two,
Mm-hmm.
and then the bomb kicks up a heap of dust. You die from the heat,
Yes.
and the pressure, and that's what kills you in the initial blast.
Yeah.
And then it kicks up a bunch of dust, and some of it becomes radioactive. And so for the next few days, you want to avoid the rain because you'll get what's called black rain,
Yes.
and you want to avoid that. And you'll see some people taking iodine, and what that does is stops radioactive isotopes of iodine uh, going into your system and collecting and accumulating in your thyroid. So you overload your system with safe iodine, so that when your body absorbs radioactive iodine, it just flushes it out.
Okay.
And then once that's passed, any trace amounts of radioactive material has a longer half-life, and thus the radioactive decay isn't as harsh.
Right.
So the longer the half-life, the radioactivity isn't as strong.
Okay.
So I mean, I wouldn't be caught walking to ground zero after day 3. Maybe after a week, I'd still have a Geiger counter, but you know, a nuclear bomb, you know, it's the first week is probably the danger zone.
Yeah. So
So
giving the people who made the day after the benefit of the doubt, if you walked
yeah.
back to ground zero a couple of weeks later,
Oh,
what's the
yeah,
health
you'd be fine.
implications?
Yeah, not many health implications.
Increased
might
cancer
get-
risks, or
It depends. If you're like eating food off the ground,
this is someone
probably.
with no medical care and
Yeah,
just literally
certainly not.
walking into ruined buildings.
Depend. I look. I'm not a nuclear physicist, but I have been as an amateur.
Yeah.
I don't think there would be much risk, to be
Okay.
honest.
And
From
also,
what I've
I love
seen
it when
and
I
read
predict
over my
the
life.
future. Look, someone who's definitely not the most feared hitman in Australia's criminal underworld is definitely not here just to establish an alibi. Officer, he was here the whole night. No, I've never heard rumors. I've never heard rumors. that he is possibly involved. No, I've never heard. I don't know criminals. I've never heard anyone talk about the smiling assassin. And
So having said all that, I'm
yes,
100% happy to be proven wrong. If anyone can find that I'm wrong
which is,
about
of
that,
course, the only sensible approach to take. It's like,
yeah,
this
like
is
if
my
I'm just dead
understanding, but if
wrong,
someone can prove it's wrong, all the better.
yeah, if I'm just flat out wrong, please educate
Yeah.
me. But
Yeah.
as far as I'm aware, the harmful radioisotopes decay really quickly,
Okay.
and
Because, of course, the people
the
who didn't die straight away in Hiroshima and Nagasaki stayed there.
yeah, and the cities are still there.
Yeah. And there was, oh my God,
They have a population.
the two anime about it that is just so depressing. Grave of the Fireflies and Barefoot Gen, the central character Gen in Barefoot Gen, just at the moment of the detonation, he's talking to some girl and he drops something and bends down to pick it up, and he's behind a wall when the detonation happens, and the girl who's standing just there is vaporized, and he's actually protected from the heat blast by pure chance. And because he's just a kid, he's just like, what the fuck was that? And it's just, oh my God. I would recommend them because they're well-made films. They are among the most depressing things you will ever watch, because it's both through the eyes of young people, and the only thing that's more depressing than something talking about the nuclear strikes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki is telling the story through the eyes of young people, because that's just super depressing. Harry, yes, Gen had plot armor. He bent over behind a wall just at the instant.
Plot
I know
armor.
that
So
there is a character who's the opposite in
cesium.
Not literally opposite, but opposite to a degree in World
Cesium
War Z.
137. Half-life of 30 years.
I was finally looking stuff up about Cesium 130.
Yeah.
But the book World War Z, not the movie, which has almost no relationship to the book. Different people's stories. There's one guy, this old, blind wise guy in Japan, samurai type, and he was blinded by the Hiroshima blast. He was with some friends on a hillside overlooking Hiroshima, and when they saw the plane going over, and he was looking straight at the city when the bomb detonated. They were far enough away; they weren't killed or even got a serious dose of radiation, but the flash blinded him. So he's kind of the opposite of Gen, that he did exactly the wrong thing by sheer chance. He's looking straight at where the bomb detonated when it goes off. But yes, watch them. They're well made.
Cesium 137 doesn't bioaccumulate and is excreted relatively quickly. It has a biological half-life of about 70 days. That's not to say it's not completely without risk, or doesn't cause cancer. But you have to ingest a lot of it.
I'm just doing a search. How long is ground zero dangerous after a nuclear bomb?
Yeah.
See what thing. For survivors of nuclear war, lingering radiation hazard could present a grave threat for as long as 1 to 5 years. Oh, okay. This is from a site called Atomic Archive. Predictions of the amount and levels of radiation are difficult because of several factors. They include the yield and design of the weapon, height of the explosion, nature of the surface below the point of burst
Those are
and meteorological conditions. An
those are
airburst can produce minimal fallout if the fireball doesn't touch the ground. On the other hand, a nuclear explosion occurring at or near the Earth's surface can result in severe contamination by radioactive fallout.
I was assuming airburst, which is what causes the most devastation of buildings. You want to aim for an airburst. A ground burst is like most of the energy goes into the ground.
Yeah.
Um,
Wikipedia says 1 hour after a surface burst, radiation from fallout in the crater region is 30 grays per hour. Civilian dose rates in peacetime range from 30 to 100 grays per year. So, okay.
yeah.
Fallout radiation decays relatively quickly. Most areas become fairly safe after 3 to 5 weeks.
Oh, 3 to 5 weeks. Okay.
So there's obviously a lot of variation, and there's obviously a lot of factors that can influence. Oh, okay, Russia. See, Chernobyl is completely different.
Chernobyl.
That's a radiation leak from a reactor, not
that was not just a. So when you say radiation leak, you gotta define your terms there, because radiation comes in different forms.
It was the airborne particles that were the biggest risk.
It was the particles. It was the graphite from the core. Yeah. It was the actual radioactive material, the uranium and plutonium. It was the reactor blew up. It was radioactive matter leaking into the atmosphere. It was not a nuke. It was just an explosion.
And that's because it was nuclear fuel, it kept spewing out. Mm-hmm. It wasn't bang and done. It kept spewing out horrifically dangerous radioactive material.
Yes. So that's why that was so devastating.
And in fact, they headed off 90+% of the worst potential outcome. It was still pretty nightmarish, but the potential for causing devastation across almost all of Europe was extremely real.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the world if the worst case scenario had happened there, where half, if not more, of Europe was uninhabitable?
Yeah, we'd
be living in a real different world right now.
Yep.
Because the knock-on effects from it doesn't even bear thinking about. It's terrifying.
Yeah, I'm
just going to show something off. I've made 2 clarified cocktails this week. This one earlier, and it's clear but very orange. Made this one today. It's just very light yellow. This is a really beautiful one. This one's mainly whiskey. This is like a whiskey sour. This is mainly, I had a fruit liqueur that I've had for a long while, and it's like the perils of something being natural fruit in a liqueur. It all started to come out of solution, so it was really cloudy, and I thought, oh, this looks dodgy. I'm just going to use it in a clarified cocktail. So this is mostly a peach liqueur and a little bit of high proof rum to beef it up a bit. And I haven't tasted this, so I'm going to taste it.
Well, while you're doing that, Heine, iodine is definitely a dangerous factor when it comes to nuclear fallout, because iodine does bioaccumulate in humans.
Also,
it's in the thyroid, and it causes thyroid cancer.
While we were talking about Chernobyl, that miniseries that came out a few years ago, really worth watching. They do dramatize elements of it because there's just so much of it we can't possibly know exactly.
Oh, they also outright lie about the whole steam explosion thing.
And they also, for dramatic purposes, they invent characters in the story. Some characters are more or less a representation of some, or in fact, in some cases, a representation of many people.
Which is fine. I mean, that part's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't need to do the whole groundwater steam explosion thing.
But also, if you want to watch it, it's worth watching. A bit depressing, but honestly, to get the maximum out of it, there's a podcast the makers did. It's like half an hour or so each episode, and they just really deconstruct each episode, and they explain why they made the choices in that episode. It's adds so much. It's director commentary for Chernobyl. So you watch an episode, then listen to the podcast for that episode, and they explain in depth all the decisions they made and what they did. And of course, because the same people made The Last of Us, and
cool.
They did a similar podcast for that, and it's fantastic. Because I love the Last of Us series. I have to rewatch it at some point. But the Last of Us podcast was so great because there was this point. I guess I got it subconsciously, but they put it front and center. They go, "This is a love story, and that can be a very bad thing. Everyone who does anything in this does it for love." And several of the characters do the most horrific thing imaginable, but their motivation is love. And I was like, oh my fucking God, that's real. All these people are motivated by their own interpretation of what love is. And wow, when they lay it out like that, like there's that one episode that's just the beautiful love story, which in the game is only hinted at.
Yes.
Where in the show they tell you the whole love story, which is just fantastic. And that's like the positive love story. And eventually, the dad figure does some very bad things in the name of love, but not as bad like when they're in that city where the people have overthrown the government thing, and the woman who's psycho is driven by love for her brother who was a victim of that regime. And it's just like, yeah, every horrible thing someone does.
Also, the man that she's looking for was driven by love to kill her brother.
Yeah. And it's just like all these interactions, when he lays it out, it's going, it's all about love. And you're like, oh my God, it really is.
Yep.
Also, it's super funny because the two main people commentating in the podcast are the guy who wrote the game and the guy who wrote the TV show, and how they work together and whatnot. And there's a few bits I find hilarious because there's bits that were in the TV show that aren't in the game, which are brilliant. And when they talk about it, the guy who did the game, like, yeah, so when he said he's going to do this stuff, I went, fuck you, because it was so good and so perfect. And I was going like, fuck you, coming up with something better than I came up with. It was just, and the fact they were doing this and having fun and being honest was, and also, and they let you in, like so many of the characters in the TV show and are voice actors in the game. And they got basically all the voice actors in and said, sometimes it was for 5 seconds, sometimes it was for a whole episode. And it's just like, that's so cool that you just wanted to do that. And it's like, there was this whole almost family thing going on that was really cool. But I recommend both. Watch Chernobyl, then listen to the podcast after each episode. Watch The Last of Us, and then listen to the podcast after each episode, because it's amazing. Like, because most podcasts are someone outside of the production doing an analysis or giving their vibe, and there's a lot of really good podcasts that do that. But these are the people who made it.
I've been watching / listening to Talkville, which is the Smallville rewatch podcast.
Oh, okay.
And it's done by Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum, who are the actors for Clark Kent and Lex Luthor on the show,
Oh, cool.
and
Okay,
like
that's fun. That sounds like
the
fun.
podcast has been around for like almost a year now, probably a bit more than a year.
Yeah.
And they started from episode 1, and they're almost done with season 3 now. And it's a 10-season show, so it's been
they're just
fun,
going for it.
and
Yeah.
I'll keep watching it. Smallville's has been one of my favorite TV shows forever. So
Sorry, I love this random one from Noog. You re-listened to an episode about the death of forest in the eastern US. Deer are the worst. You're saying deer are homicidal maniacs. They deserve to have hunters going after them. It's a whole thing. Nature be the worst, yo.
I need to switch off for a bit. I'm just
That's okay.
I had too much of a burst of social spoons for a sec, so
yeah.
I'm gonna
reboot.
I'm gonna stay here. I'm just gonna turn off my camera for a bit.
Yep. So, look, I'm really intrigued. What was deer being a blight? Because I don't know exactly what you're referring to. So, Safa, yeah, that fun fact. You lived 5 hours from Chernobyl for 5 years. What have you been up to, Pat, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah, once again.
No, we're going to detox and all that. Today I go out dance today.
You went out to a dance?
Yeah. Go see my friends and I saw Rob there.
Well, that sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time. I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Seeing friends, having a dance.
Yep, and tomorrow I'll go see my best friends play tomorrow.
Best friends in a play?
Yep.
That sounds cool. That sounds really cool.
That's tomorrow. It's on Papa's 1 afternoon.
All right. So for Pat's always got a new girlfriend. He can't be stopped. Look, I'm not judging, Pat. I'm not judging. It's just you're a pants man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there you little your girl.
Dude, I've been in the same relationship for 18 years. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I know that.
There we go. Oh, okay. So Nook's saying deer without predators, they run rampant. Yes, and that's why I think it was in Yosemite National Park in the US. They reintroduced wolves because the ranchers had killed all the wolves and the ecosystem was all fucked up. And they reintroduced wolves and they culled the sort of deer population and other wild animals and everything got better. Yeah, and if deer don't have any predators, they fuck up the environment. So, nature's got to have its way. And you got to do it. Oh, Safa, the Brumbies in Kosciuszko are just feral and are absolutely destroying the environment, and they all need to be killed. And anyone who does any dumb, sentimental bullshit, I don't know, send them to the salt mines. It's just ridiculous. I hate it when people get sentimental about feral animals that are fucking up the environment. And that goes for cats too. Like when the government makes some lackluster attempt to deal with feral cats, you get stupid fucking people go, "Oh, not the kitties. They're going to hurt the kitties." Like, I'm sorry. The cats are killing thousands and thousands and thousands of native animals. They need to be wiped out. They never will be. Like, that's the only problem with the government's effort to cull feral cats is it's really half-assed. It's not even half-assed. It's not even quarter-assed. It's about a tenth-assed. Yeah. Oh, I think I've heard of that podcast, Noog. It's called Well, There's Your Problem, an engineering podcast with slides. Oh, yes, deer can also be a vector for bad diseases. I have heard that. But also, so many animals can be, from squirrels to whatnot. But yeah, there are squirrels in North America that have bubonic plague. So you can get bitten by one and get real fucking sick, real sick.
Yeah, I saw that on my friend's YouTube. I saw.
You saw on a friend's YouTube what you saw squirrels biting people.
Yep. Yeah, one.
Yeah, no,
Butter. You know
they're
that.
pretty freaky,
Yeah, I know.
freaky
Oh
little
yeah,
beasties.
You're the more fun. No work.
Sorry, what was that, Pat?
More fun, no work.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, your phone doesn't work.
Yeah, this one don't work.
All right. Can you still play games on it? It's still worth it if you can still play games on it.
Yeah.
You don't want to
Yeah,
talk to
play
people on
games,
the
right?
phone anyway. People are annoying. You got a phone, you just get spam calls.
Yeah,
I got one today. I've lately been
that's
trying to.
the dickheads. The
Yeah,
dickheads
yeah.
be me. No, you're the one. I pay my Xbox to play cards go to that. No, we go. Hello. I said, shut up, go away.
Yeah,
That.
yeah. No, I had one today. I've been getting in the mood to mess with them and see how long I can keep them on the phone. But today I was just bored. It's like they're so obviously such a bad scammer, and I was like, ugh, I'm too bored. I just hang up. It's like I can't be bothered. Sometimes I try and keep. I pretend, and it's not a stretch. I pretend I'm sort of a dotty old man. I put on an old man voice and go, "Oh, hello. Why are you calling me today?" And I says, "Oh, the internet. My grandson looks after that." And then they tell you these things, and then I'll just see how much of their time I can waste. I go, so what do you want me to do? I'm not on the internet. Should I get on the internet? And they go like, yeah, okay, all right. The computer's not on. Should I switch the computer on? And I just keep dragging it on and on and on. Because I think if I sound like a really dotty old man, they think they can fool me. And I've kept them on for a couple of minutes, just really just dragging it on and on. So see, Harry, feral cats are just a horrible problem. They just kill an absolutely terrible number of native animals. Honestly, Safa, there are probably idiots out there who say we shouldn't kill cane toads because it's mean. It's just like, no, wipe them out. Well, that's fun. I know foxes were the first ones to work it out, how they could kill a cane toad and get a little meal out of them. And it's basically you don't bite them on the back because they release poison if you do that. You flip them open and they basically rip the cane toad's throat out. There's a little bit of meat there that's not poisonous. And some of the native animals like quolls, I think, have worked that out as well. It's like, no, don't bite them on the back because they excrete a poison that will either hurt you or possibly kill you. But you flip them open and rip their throat out and you get a little meal. But no, cane toads are such a big problem. Yeah, I just have no time for people to go, oh, don't hurt feral animals. It's not their fault. I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm just saying they need to be wiped out. So it's just the way it is.
Oh yeah, I saw your YouTube today. You did drinks.
What? Oh yeah, my drinks. Yeah, I'm still doing drinks.
Yeah, I saw that today.
Did you like it?
It's wicked.
Good, thanks, man. Love the endorsement.
You know my dad's here. It's more.
I was doing a bit of that, wasn't I?
No, my dad's
one of the recent ones. I when I was editing it, I was going, "Why am I doing that?" The microphone was even picking it up. There was this raspy noise when I was rubbing my, and I'm editing it. I'm going, why do I keep doing? What was wrong with me? Why am I doing that? But
Yeah,
that's
my
when
dad said it's mine.
your dad said that.
Yeah, my dad said it's my drink. Yeah, no, it's red.
Well, you tell your dad. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm a long way away.
Yeah,
I'm
I
giving
know.
him ideas of how to make a drink. I'm not actually making one. Although, mind you, Mrs. Angry's son is going to have a 21st birthday soon, and so I volunteered.
Ah!
He's not going to have a lot of people over, but he's going to have some people. And I was like,
What,
I'll volunteer. I'll be bartender. I'll set up in the bar, and they can come in and order cocktails from me, and I'll make cocktails. But I don't mind.
14?
Sorry, what was that,
I
Pat?
want in on this.
Oh, man.
You want to be
yeah.
here at the 21st birthday? I'll tell you when it is, Dr.
I want
Abigail.
for moral support. I want to be.
Oh, yeah, no, it was. I can't promise anyone as interesting as our Brittany from Young Mr. Angry's
Okay.
delayed 21st. Yeah, Saf has already jumped in. Oh, is Brittany going to come back? Different person, different friend set. Mind you, I'd probably still throw it out to Young Mr. Angry, even though he moved out a year ago. It's like, yeah, I'd probably host a party if you wanted to have some friends for a thing, because you've got a pretty good friend circle. But no, this is Mrs. Angry's lad, who's a couple of years younger. We were talking about it the other day, and I was just like, oh, yeah, no, I'll do that. I don't know what night you're going to do it, but I might even be doing a live stream, and I'll like give you one of my cocktail books that has the easy recipes in it, and you can pass it around, and people can come in and go, I want this one. And if I have to improvise, I'll improvise. But I'm more than happy to be bartender. They can actually come in and order at the bar. And I'll probably I'll work out how many people he's going to have over. If it's only a couple, I'll just make drinks for them. But, if it gets to more than about 6 people, I'll probably make a punch and put that in a dispenser. So it's like, well, there's a punch. People can just, get a drink. But yeah, if someone wants to come into the bar and talk to the bartender, if they don't mind being on my live stream, I'll make some drinks. Safa, I did not throw out the outside marquee, but I cannot envision myself ever trying to put it together again. Well, I was amazed at how successful we were at putting it together. Dr. Ogama was here. She can vouch. It was a whole bunch of shenanigans to put it together. It was pretty cool, but even a light breeze would have blown it over. We got lucky. It was a really still night and it didn't rain. But it was okay. What pisses me off is I looked into hiring a marquee, and hiring a marquee was so much more expensive than getting the single-use thing from Bunnings, and I fucking hate
there's so
that.
much. Yeah, they're so much more sturdy.
Oh yeah. This thing,
Yeah.
a strong breeze would have knocked it over, but we got so lucky that there wasn't a strong breeze. But it pisses me off that it was cheaper to buy a disposable single-use thing than to rent. That pisses me off. I hate it when it's basically like you've been given this economic choice, like it's bad environmentally to use up all these resources for single use, but it's so much. I don't mean it was a little bit cheaper. It was about a quarter the cost of hiring a marquee.
That's insane.
It was the difference between $150 and $500, and I was just like, Jesus.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Thanks, Obama.
I'm not saying Pat just suddenly disappeared because he's out doing a hit, but just remember, if the cops ask, snitches get stitches. Pat was here all night. Okay?
Mm.
And practice your innocent looks like, really, officer? There are rumors? He's the most feared hitman in the criminal underworld. I never would have believed it. I've never heard that. You just got to practice. I practice in the mirror a couple of times a day. I always assume the cops are coming and just going like, what do you know? about the man known as the smiling assassin. Never heard that. Never heard that.
It sounds like pure speculative fiction.
I
to
know.
Me. Yeah.
And
the paradox of poor people. What's it called? The bootmaker's paradox or something?
I'm vaguely familiar with that. That sounds
from Pratchett.
Oh, are you talking about the Vimes theory of boots?
That's it.
Where he talks about how it's so expensive to be poor.
Yes.
And it's true. Again, Terry Pratchett was exceptionally good at doing really clear allegories of things that were fucked in our world in this incredibly weird, fantastical thing that you just go, ooh, it's funny. There's monsters, there's trolls, there's vampires. And no, I'm telling you why capitalism is fucked. I'm telling you why bigotry is bad. I'm telling you why money is imaginary. And it was like, wow, he's pretty smart.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm playing a game. It's online, so I've got to keep an eye on it.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yes, Safa, it is definitely more expensive to be a poor person because it's just like you can't afford to save anything. Everything goes into just existing day to day.
Yeah.
And the Sam Vimes boots theory is a poor person can't buy an expensive set of boots that will last you 10 years. They get a really cheap pair that leak and fall to pieces completely within 2 years. And so you have to keep replacing them every 2 years. And at 10 years, you've spent more than twice as much as the rich person who bought the good quality boots. And the rich person has had dry feet the whole time. It's just fucked.
It's so true. I after I read that, I got a Centrelink payment. It's basically an advance payment on my Centrelink pay, and I went out and bought a good pair of Doc Martens.
Yeah,
that was like 8 years ago. I'm still wearing those Doc Martens. They don't have a hole in them at all. They're still perfectly good. Yeah, it's insane.
And that was the other thing. Like Terry Pratchett frames these things in a really humorous way, but you go, "Oh my god, that's just fucking straight up true."
Yeah.
And the one about money being imaginary.
I did it with literal boots too.
Yeah. But again, it was a good. What I love about that allegory, it's a good, solid, real analogy that everyone can say, "Oh yeah, that's not a metaphor. That's literally true.
That's actually true." Yeah.
The one where money's imaginary, I forget what it's called, but he had a character who both invented the postal service and then was in charge of the banks. And it was the whole thing with the Discworld, or at least the city of Ankh-Morpork, moving off the gold standard onto fiat currency. And the idea was that they were still on the gold standard, but it turned out the rich families had progressively stolen all the gold from the reserve and were pretending they hadn't. So the money literally only had value because everyone believed the money had value. And it's like, oh, you mean like our world?
Yes. Yeah.
It's like there's a Rick and Morty joke where he hates that sort of global government, trans-galactic government, because they try and mess with him too much, and he destroys the economy by hacking the system and saying the currency that used to be one of itself is now worth zero. And because the whole thing of money is just a consensual hallucination, if you are suddenly told the thing that you thought had value no longer has value, it doesn't. because it never had intrinsic value. It only had the value that everyone believed it had. And if you take that away, the whole house of cards collapses.
Yeah. Yes, I forget what they're called. It wasn't the Citadel of Bricks. It was the
it was the Galactic
the
Federation
Galactic
or whatever it
Council,
was.
Galactic Federation, yeah, something like that.
It regarded Rick as a terrorist, and he brought them down by hacking their system and saying, "I'm just going to go because system 1 equals 1, now 1 equals 0."
Yeah, it was so good.
Possibly my favorite moment was the guy who was a really he was a really senior bureaucrat, and they're all freaking out because money's worth nothing, and he just goes, "Gentlemen, you're forgetting about an obvious solution to this," and he just pulls out a gun and blows his brain. Because he just doesn't want to deal with it. And it's just like, God damn.
To be fair, if it wasn't for money, we'd all be rich.
Exactly. But okay, there's no transactional system that doesn't end up being exploitative and unbalanced. And humans, not even humans, animals also do exchange systems. You see, not even just with the simians, you see in other animals that are regarded as not as evolved as simians, actually doing various value exchanges. And you always get someone who, for one reason, is more dominant, and the system becomes unfair and favors the dominant ones. But it's a nature. We go like, well, I don't have that, and you do have that, but I have this thing that you don't have. So let's agree on a relative value thing and exchange. And someone's always trying to get the upper hand with that. There are more and less equal ways of doing it. Late stage capitalism is one of the most unfair, exploitative, brutal, evil versions of an exchange economy. So yes, the commies had money, but then that was a weird, particularly if we're talking about the Soviet Union, that's a weird totalitarian thing. But again, like I said, it's an exchange economy. It is an exchange economy, I believe, is the natural order of things. It's literally because you can't do everything, you can't have everything, but you can specialize and go like, I'm a good hunter, so I've got skins or meat that you don't have. You are a good grain harvester, so I will exchange it for this. Oh, you're an artisan. You created this thing that I can't create, so I'll exchange you something I have for the thing. And it always ends up being exploitative because I think we're all pricks, basically.
And until we solve the problem of greed and just the humans being assholes.
Yeah.
Then
at least it's improved.
We're going to have problems.
It's improved a lot in the last couple of centuries. There's less of this person rules me and deserves to rule me because God appointed them. That's pretty uncommon today. Whereas it was common only 150 years ago. It was across the world. Monarchies existed because God wanted them to exist. 150 years ago, that was a prevailing view. It wasn't everywhere. It wasn't universal, but it was pretty fucking widespread. And it's almost non-existent now. But other weird hierarchies have put themselves in, like, Western capitalism says if someone's rich, it's because they deserve it and they earned it. And it's like, no, they're a ruthless bastard who exploited other people.
Almost every single time that is not true.
Yeah. And it's just like, if that person who created wealth, if they had to justly remunerate every single person involved in the actual creation of that wealth they claim, and they legitimately paid all the costs associated with it, and by that I mean the cleanup costs, when they create something that creates waste that has to be dealt with, they should be directly responsible for the expense of dealing with that waste. And what that means is technological change would happen more slowly than it does now, because they couldn't just go, I've got a good idea, here it is, flat screen TVs, everyone's got a flat screen TV, throw the CRTs on the pole. Like, no, it should have been, okay, before you can do that, you have to deal with all the waste that you are directly creating with your manufacturing, but also what you are indirectly creating, because people are going to chuck out their old technology. So you have to allow, or even the person who created the CRTs had to have built in, I am paying for the reclamation of the waste of this when it breaks down. It's the idea that these capitalists can create something that creates a hideous burden in waste disposal and not be responsible for it is a fucking farce. It's like, oh my God, no, you are creating
criminal.
You are creating an environmental risk that has the potential to kill millions of people, and you take no responsibility for it.
Well.
Fuck that.
Yeah. And
it should be criminal.
I fundamentally disagree, Harry. I think it should be Magic the Gathering cards, not Pokemon.
Well, and while we're being lighthearted, it is things that you genuinely regard as valuable, as opposed to the weird fiction that we all indulge in now.
Cardboard squares or cardboard rectangles. I mean, there's no other valuable cardboard rectangle than the Magic the Gathering card, the original.
If you make cardboard rectangles pretty enough and enticing enough that people want them desperately.
I mean, I just so happen to have a couple of cardboard rectangles right here.
Yeah.
And like they're beautifully sleeved and preserved. So
nice.
One of them has Starscream on it.
Oh. Is that a rare one?
It is a rare one. Yep.
Okay.
Because Wizards of the Coast, owned by Hasbro, has the rights to Hasbro products, so they have done some Transformers crossovers.
Ah.
But I also have some Swiftfoot boots, which is a Commander staple. I'm just speaking in Magic the Gathering now.
You are. You definitely are.
Yeah.
Yes.
This one is a borderless shiny one.
Ooh, nice.
I know. Yeah. I have a couple of Mishra's baubles.
Yeah.
And I know that means everything to you.
It does. It does.
Yep. It's a chromatic lantern. Ooh, I bet you want one of those.
Chromatic.
I've even got a couple of chromatic stars.
Oh, there you go.
So how about them for some?
How about them apples?
Yeah.
I did read a thing this week about Neopets, which is apparently still going. But it was this weird thing because Neopets has been going, I don't know, 15, 20 years, however the fuck long it's been going. They would release limited things, and those became super rare, and there was this massive inflation as like, they were worth just a ridiculous amount. And at various points, and they've done it again recently, the Neopets people have just gone, okay, it's fucking dumb that, this thing is so rare. And they just release them in these free bonuses, things that used to be super rare. So they lose like 98% of their relative value when Neopets does this. And because Neopets has just gone, okay, this has gotten stupid, and we're just going to do this. And someone who is analyzing and just going, it's really funny, these weird people who did actually have this thing from 10 years ago that was super rare, are now getting all worked up that, any troll can have it. And the person's going, and I need to emphasize, none of this is real. None of this has any actual value. It's just these fucking weirdos who had decided they were better than everyone else were upset when Neopets just went, no, you're not. I'm just going to give it to everyone now.
I saw someone on a Tamagotchi the other day. An
Awesome.
original Tamagotchi.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I almost gave him a high five, but then they would have dropped their Tamagotchi.
Yes, they would have dropped their Tamagotchi. And you don't want that.
No.
There were always more
I'm-
advanced things than Tamagotchi, but they never caught on as much as Tamagotchi
Yeah,
did.
because I mean, it was so simple and just,
And that's what a lot of people don't get. Simplicity is really compelling.
yeah. I'm super tired. I'm falling asleep.
That's
I might
fair.
head off.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm actually falling asleep.
Yeah. And that's
Got
cool.
any-
It's been nice to have you hang out.
Got
I can
a starter pack
for a while.
of Magic the Gathering cards here that I got at PAX. I don't think there are any good cards.
And you can hold that up, but this will beat all your Magic the Gathering in a throwdown.
God.
I still haven't thrown this out. It's like I was
Oh.
I thought someone had sent me an actual book, and I went, "Oh, this will be cool. What is it?" There's like a fucking Bible with really tiny fucking print that my sad old eyes can't read. And it's like, no, fuck that. I'm amazed I haven't thrown this out yet. I will.
Why keep it?
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to throw it out. I just chucked it over the side here.
Yeah.
Oh god, it was weird. When I was away on the weekend, and then Mrs. Angry got sick again on Saturday night, which limited what we could do after that. And also she was like having trouble breathing, so there was a lot of coughing and snoring in the night. And I was having trouble sleeping. Although I realized at least part of that is because I wasn't in my own bed. Because since we got home, I've slept really solidly. So part of it was I was worried about her, and part of it I wasn't in my own bed. But I was like, hang on, and I would put my little earbuds in and listen to something. Sometimes it would be like ambient music or bilateral stimulation. At one point, I fired up my audio book of Lord of the Rings, the Silmarillion. Oh god, what's the guy's name who reads it? He's quite
really
he's
good.
an English
really good
actor. Was in The Professionals. He used to do all this action stuff in the 70s.
I know the audio book you're talking about.
I'm gonna look it up because I've forgotten his name.
Yeah, I don't remember him. Even if you told me his name, I wouldn't know.
Martin Shaw. His voice is great. It's just this really mellifluous English accent without being a really posh one. And just for that sort of poetry and rhythm of the Silmarillion,
he's really good. Yeah,
he's got a really good voice for it. And I was just like in a semi-awake, because it's God. How many? Sorry, I was going to look. How many hours is it? It's like really long. It's wait. Where's the thing? Title details. Yeah, it's 15 hours. So when I was having trouble sleeping, I spent some time listening to ambient music, sometimes with bilateral stimulation, but I also had this guy reading the Silmarillion for an hour or so. Yeah. And I was like semi-awake, semi-listening, semi-asleep, and just with this really mellow voice just saying all these strange words.
See, if I was listening to the Silmarillion, I would be, I mean, sure that the voice would like be ASMR and send me to sleep, but then I would be like listening to it, admiring the beauty of the poetry of at least the first book of the Silmarillion.
Yeah.
And then want to look up all these, because all these questions would pop in my head, and I'd want to look them all up. And
Yeah.
no, I can't do that.
I was managing to zone out, but I didn't fully sleep because it was a little bit distracting because I was at the Beren and Luthien story, which is a pretty cool bit of the story.
One of my favorite stories.
Yeah.
Beren and Luthien.
Hello, Junkrat on Twitch, by the way. How's it going? Yeah, the Beren and Luthien bit is pretty good. Yeah, and yeah, but so that was various things I was doing to try and relax, not sleep.
Immortal Maiden.
Yes.
Elven wise.
Yeah, and the politics with various people trying to derail their quest and kill them, essentially.
And look, the Silmarillion is great until the rising of the sun and the coming of men, because then it's just so dense with names, and it's just name after name after name, and who begot who, and oh my god.
Which I don't know. I think that's Tolkien's Catholic thing, because there's whole bits of the Bible that just tell you genealogies.
Because and the elves, of course, they're immortal, so you don't have to remember a lot of people.
That many people.
Yeah, exactly. So you can keep track of people.
Yeah, because it's actually only 3 generations over a 400-year period. So it's like
But anyway, so I found I got this angel. This rare angel and a Shivan dragon. That's it's nice. It's marked as rare, but they're not that rare, to be honest.
There was a recent
less than $1.
Lord of the Rings card set, and I don't know if it was Magic the Gathering or a competing one, but they literally did a thing with the One Ring of all the cards that were going to be released.
Yeah. That was
there would only be
Magic
one of the One Ring.
And
so there were several fakes. People going, I found the One Ring. And then there was a big investigation. Is it real? And it's like they kept turning out to be fakes.
But do you know who? So someone found it. And then do you know who bought the One Ring?
Someone really rich.
Post Malone.
Yes, I did hear that Post Malone.
And do you know why that's exciting?
Why?
Because Post Malone is a big Magic the Gathering player.
Yeah.
And he's an awesome dude. And a secret, not so secret nerd. And it's so awesome that he bought that. Because there was a time when assholes would buy shit like that. Because remember Farmer Bro, Martin Shkreli?
Oh, yes, yeah.
He almost bought in on Magic the Gathering cards as investments. He almost bought like a bunch of Black Lotuses.
Yeah.
But he went to jail instead. So, so I'm so glad that Post Malone bought the One Ring, the Magic the Gathering card.
Real nerd.
So good. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm falling unconscious.
That's fair.
So
that's fair.
Good night, everyone. Navaya Melanin as Mened Suaid. That's Sindarin.
I know. I recognize it.
Yeah. It means good night, farewell, safe travels.
It's nice.
Bye.
Bye. So I'm going to keep going. Actually, I'm probably going to put the chickens up for a minute or two. So I've been going for 2.5 hours. So I think I need a toilet break. And you know what I might do? I might go get my freezer. Oh my God, the chickens are out of control. Chickens, what are you doing? What are you doing, chickens? All right. Go on, chickens. All right. Is that okay? What are we doing, chickens? All right, that's okay, chickens. No, I'm not going to bed yet, Safa. I'm going to. I'll put some elevator music on while I go. I'm just literally doing a toilet break, and I think I'll go and get my freezer martini. I feel like trying my freezer martini into space. This is called. Chickens are going into space. I'll be back. It'll only be a minute or two. I've just got a toilet break and get my freezer martini. Oof. Okay, I really had to pee. You had a thing where you stand up to go to pee and you realize you've left it too long and your bladder really hurts? That was me, and I just peed a lot. I've got my breathing apparatus. I still need to get my freedom up here. Okay, I'm back with snacks. Snacks! Alright, snacks and a freezer martini. Got some chips, but also got these large cookies I got at Supermarket. Okay, chickens, you done your duty. I'll turn down the elevator music, it's a bit loud. Okay. See, Safi, you're ahead of me. I did get my breathing equipment, yes. Finished flight sim. Day left a world flight on that sim. Playing last post. Oh, yes, of course. 11th of 11th. Good job playing the last post. Yummy. See if there's any interesting news stories. I'll look at some news headlines. Australia to offer residency to Tuvalu citizens displaced by climate change. Israel Hamas, that's just depressing. Protesters pepper sprayed in clashes over Gaza near fire-ravaged Caulfield Burger store. I'll actually look at that. On Hawthorne Road, police believe the fire was not politically motivated. Police are a bunch of stooges. Oh, wow. So there was a pro-Palestinian group on one side of the road and a pro-Israel crowd on the other side hurling abuse at each other. About 9 pro-Palestinian supporters stormed the police line. They used pepper spray against them. By 9:30, the Palestinian group dispersed, while a handful of counter demonstrators remained. Confrontation threatened to turn physical, and the police used the road to separate the two groups. Hashtag Palestinian Australian founder of Burger Tree said staff at his Caulfield outlet had previously been threatened, thought they worked for a terrorist. Police inspector told reporters he's very confident it wasn't motivated by prejudice. Okay. I mean, again, I don't know the fucking details, but Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. That's all dodgy as hell. Yes, I can actually imagine that musical aviator. You're in more than one brass band, but they all want you at 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. You're in a lot of demand. Also got chips. So I'm going to counteract the sweet of that cookie with just a couple of chips. Yeah. Does that count as ASMR? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Okay, this looks like a weird one. Dad on hunger strike, lashes Albanese. Former high-level diplomat called the Prime Minister trip to the Pacific hypocritical. Gregory Andrews quit his $250,000 a year job to stage a hunger strike on the lawns of Parliament House. Guy's been on a hunger strike for 9 days. There you go. Mr. Andrews plans to starve himself indefinitely, or until the Albanese government takes action to reduce export of fossil fuels. So that you mean indefinitely, because they're not doing that. There you go. I didn't know there was someone doing a hunger strike for climate change. There you go. No, actually, Harry, I think I've never watched Bluey, but I think most Australians like Bluey. Oh, sorry. I just realized it took me ages to process what you're saying. The young Amelia Pond from the Doctor Who thing, the 11th hour, she's 23 now, which was the age Karen Gillan was when it was made. Yep, time flies. All I can say about that. Drinking a beer of water. All right, well, that was a bit good combo. Something sweet, something savory, then some water. But now it's time for a martini. Because it's party night, so I can have a martini. My very sexy martini glass. All right. This, that, my freezer martini. See how frosty it is? And pour that out. All I did since the last one I had, I actually diluted it. I just added water to it because I was keen to see what that would do to the taste. Oh, yes. I heard there were several episodes of Bluey censored for the US market. Ones where the dad tries to explain childbirth to the kids, so he pretends he's pregnant and whatnot. Safa, I love Matt Smith as the Doctor. My favorite thing about Matt Smith is most of the time he was playing the Doctor is really childlike and innocent, but occasionally there would be bits where he was pushed to the limit and then he would just be hard as nails. And the flip from this childlike innocence to don't fuck with me because I'll fuck you up. Matt Smith did that just incredibly well. Anyway, cheers, y'all. Freezer martini. Oh, that's fucking great. Actually, diluting it was a really... Oh my God, that's fucking fantastic, actually. Oh, that is really good. Yum. It's a fucking great martini. So diluting it the last run was a good idea. Oh God, I poured myself a pretty decent martini. That's probably a double, quite honestly. The martini's a really boozy drink. So we'll see what's what. I mean, I'm very much looking to Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. I think he's going to be cool. I think these David Tennant specials are probably going to be interesting. Mrs. Angry's only just going to bed. That's like an hour later than she normally would. She's been binge watching, re-watching. Oh God, now my brain just went. That sort of Bridgerton. That's what I was trying to remember. Bridgerton. She's been binge re-watching Bridgerton. Out of 10 for the drink. Definitely an 8, really strong 8. Also, what are you going what about, Safa? I don't know what that is. Oh my God, that's so fucking good. So I'll have to put some serious thought because I need to top that up. I don't necessarily need to top it up tonight. I could maybe have another martini another time and then top it up. Put a bit of thought into what gins I put into it and then keep the record. But that's so very good. Oh, right. Sorry. The 10th Doctor, Dave Tennant's Doctor, the way he'd always say, what? What? Yes. You're being too supple for me there, Safa. I actually missed it. But yes, that was one of his fun little traits, just saying, what? 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 I mean, I liked all of them in different ways. I fucking like that martini, though. I'll tell you that for free. Dang. I was just kind of thinking of might make myself an old fashioned. I think I need to drink some more soda water, probably. After this martini, I'm gonna pace myself and not get fucking wiped out. People think time's a straight line, but it's more a timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly thing. I did love where they sort of did a callback to that in the anniversary thing when the war doctor's there and he's very serious. And Matt Smith actually said the timey-wimey thing. And John Hurt, the war doctor, went, timey-wimey? Why are you saying something so ridiculous? And David Tennant, who'd actually been the one who created it, just said, I don't know where he gets it from. That was a fun bit of fan service and a bit self-referential. Oh man. So that's yummy. This is when my favorite sort of martini tastes really clean. And I think a non-martini drinker would probably just go, no, that's actually boozy as fuck. What is wrong with you? And so you get the balance just right with the gin, the vermouth, and the dilution. And it just tastes really clean, almost like water. And that's where this is. And the juniper is obviously there from the gin. Oh, and just all those little, because there's so many different gins in that already. So all the different botanicals that are in there. It's a really complex drink, and I like it. I'm a big fan of the martini. What else happening? Sorry, weird headline. Suspicious letters potentially laced with fentanyl sent to U.S. election officers. Limestone Coast Landscape Board probes deliberate feral pig releases in regional South Australia. What the fuck is that? South Australian Environment Authorities investigating claims feral pigs are being brought from as far away as New South Wales and released on the Limestone Coast. Is that to shoot them? Whether those animals are to establish populations for hunting or for personal use, and they've gotten away from it. Yeah, okay. Latest investigation found population being illegally released on a remote part of a property without the owner's consent. So yeah, it's literally some fuckwit who wants to hunt the pigs has deliberately released them, and they're phenomenally destructive. Good Lord. People are such fucking assholes. Sorry, I know I'm a people as well, but I see these things and I'm like, man, people are such assholes. Oh God. Okay. Sorry. This is just awful clickbait and I can't resist it. But honestly, check this headline. OnlyFans star crashed her $50,000 Mercedes while 4 times over the legal limit. Says she was drinking to numb the pain and hurt after a break up. Her name's Paris Yang. I really bet Paris is not on her birth certificate, but anyway, she's 18, crashed her car into another vehicle, which was worth $150,000 while it was parked. Happened after the teen spent hours drowning herself in alcohol after a breakup with nightclub baron Julian Tobias, 44. Oh my God, that's fucking healthy, isn't it? An 18-year-old in a relationship with a 44-year-old nightclub baron. God damn. Started out at a local restaurant before drinking at a Chinese restaurant and a friend's place. When police arrived at the scene after the crash, she blew .0213 on a breathalyzer. Found not to have a P plates on her car. I love the description. She attended court, dressed in a pale blue blazer, matching heels and white dress pants, while carrying a large designer Chloe bag. She was accompanied by her dad, neurosurgeon Michael Yang. Gosh. Police stated that while in custody, she made comments about wanting to die and having a purpose in life. She pleaded guilty, fined $1,000, pay for the damage, disqualified license. What the fuck was that on my phone? Okay. That's from Mrs. Angry. That's okay. Jesus. You know how much money she's making from OnlyFans. Not that I'm going to rush off and check her OnlyFans, you know? God damn. Hey, Micro, how you doing, bro? People doing OnlyFans. Man, I don't know if they've got the cash. Who knows? And yeah, Harry, some people, but again, an 18-year-old with a 44-year-old, fucking hell, that's messed up. It's not illegal. It's messed up, though. Imagine needing money. Look, honestly, I mean, you raise a pretty good point. If you do adult content in whatever format, it can limit what you can do in other areas of life. But if you're in control of it, it can also set you up for your whole life. So who's to fucking say? Not me. All I'm saying is my freezer martini is super fucking yummy. I like that her dad was still supporting her, and when she, and I'm not saying the OnlyFans is fucked up. I think the getting drunk and crashing your car is fucking up. But I like that her dad's supporting her. God, I still think it's hilarious. The cops are going, no, the fire in the Burgatory is not bigotry. Like, for fuck's sake. So, Michael, you're in your late 20s. Don't even like talking to... Yeah, a 44-year-old and an 18-year-old, that's just fucking creepy. And yeah, no, you can, of course, nuke your OnlyFans account, but once you create adult content for whatever medium, you have to assume it's out there forever. Your car's gone because of reasons. Oh, damn, dude. I hope things fucking look up for you, man. The world is not very kind, is all I'm going to say. Cyber CX's Matt Gibbon on ICBC ransomware attack. Sorry, this is the cybersecurity nerd in me. I want to know what this is about. Oh no, it's a fucking YouTube video. I can't be watching a YouTube video. $11 microwave wish. Okay, I've had a couple of drinks, and so I tried to say a sentence, and several bits of it didn't work there. The headline again: $11 microwave dish sending foodies wild. Also, incidentally, Mrs. Angry always says that's how she can tell when I'm pretty drunk. Not that I slur my words, although that's a thing. But when I've had a few drinks, I will sometimes make a concerted effort to enunciate clearly in a way I don't do when I'm sober. So yeah. Oh, thanks, Harry. Did you sub to my OnlyFans? Is that what you sub to? Thanks. Micro, you learn a trade and move to New Zealand. New Zealand, pretty fucking awesome country, honestly. Safa, I reckon that microwave thing was some sort of frozen thing. Who knows? I'm doing the U foods, as I always make the jokes about, but I still like it. Erudite, the lost city of Melbourne. What else is happening? Ooh, where to find Melbourne's best chicken parma? I mean, that's doing God's work, telling you where to find the best chicken parma. I actually had a chicken parma the other night when we were away on the weekend, and it was nice. A little bit of salad, chips, chicken parma. It was yummy. Ooh, okay, here's an interesting headline. This man made some of Australia's finest rock records. Before he died, he shared his stories. This is from Double J. Triple J's digital thing for old people like me. To call Tony Cohen unsung hero of Australian music industry wouldn't be entirely accurate. While he's no household name, his stature as one of Australia Rock's most formidable record... so he's a producer and sound engineer. He died in 2017 at 60 and was a long way through writing his memoir. When his life of hard living, hard work and hard partying came around. Well, I bet he had a good time. So we have his memoir, Half Death, Completely Mad, which is a fun name for a memoir. Okay, that actually sounds like a kind of interesting memoir. Memoir reveals a particularly interesting and perhaps unexpected influence of Cohen's early career, the legendary Molly Meldrum. Cohen was in awe of Molly in the 70s. Early sessions he shared with the cowboy hat-wearing icon were among the most influential of his entire career. Pushing things to the extreme, he learned from Molly. You can hear that through the recordings he's done. Things are pushed to the extreme. Huh. God, he even worked with Tism. Okay. Okay, that sounds like a... God. What a life, though. Like, he died at 60, which is relatively young. But it feels like he kind of packed a lot into that. So, Micro, your cousin ordered DoorDash. Or driver gave him the wrong meal. Eating one menu item. He got the whole breakfast for 4 at 1 in the morning. Pancakes, grapefruit. That's a pretty wild delivery to get at 1 in the morning. Honestly, that is pretty wild. Oh, fucking yum. Freezer martini, thick and rocks. All right, I feel like I should drink some more soda water so I can keep going. Because it's only 11:15. If I don't make it till at least midnight, I'm being a lightweight. So I got to pace myself. Drink a bit more soda water. Some ice in there. And this white peach flavored soda water is quite yummy. So I'll have some of that. I like that he was most excited for the fruit. Okay, we're just talking about food. Apropos, it's completely unrelated to what you were saying, Micro. There's a place down near St Kilda Beach called Third Wave Cafe, and I'm on their mailing list because I went there once, and I think they're interesting. And they're inspired by that American style barbecue, but they specialize in doing like novelty stuff, like weird big meals, just stupid big things for people to share. And I swear I'm going to take the whole family down there one day, maybe on a weekend, and just get like, they do these fucking meat platters and it's just enormous. It's ridiculous. They don't serve fruit is what I'm saying. Look at fucking how long my hair is. I'm going to tie it back. Micro, if you get to visit, you got to have a parma in a pub. Chicken parmigiana, or possibly veal parmigiana. That's the epitome. But there are very good meat pies here as well. But yeah, that's probably the top of my list. You come to Australia, you need to have a parma. Dude, if you ever make it to Melbourne, I'm taking you out. It's half an hour. You got me intrigued. It's 19 where you are. What is it where I am? Oh, Jesus Christ, it's still 30. How is it still 30? Sorry, I'm going to refresh that to make sure that's it. No, there was something wrong. Okay, but it's 25. Jesus Christ, it's 25 at 11 p.m. God damn it. Oh no, Safa, kangaroo is for sale everywhere. Kangaroo is farmed here. Actually, it's interesting you say deer. because kangaroo meat is extremely lean red meat. It's very gamey. So it's not that removed from deer. Mrs. Angry likes kangaroo. She has kangaroo meat. You can just get it in supermarkets. You get it in restaurants here because there's farmed kangaroo meat. It's very lean, very strongly flavored red meat. Hardly any fat in it. Very dark red meat. I've not had kangaroo for a little while. I'm not a huge fan of the kangaroo meat I've had in the past. But when I visited Darwin in the tropical north, they have all the exotic meats. Sorry, I just feel I'm going to sneeze. There was just a tickle in my nose and I knew I was going to sneeze. Yeah. So when I was in Darwin, they have all the exotic meats. So while I was there, I had kangaroo, emu, water buffalo, crocodile, something. I'm sure there was something else too. Sure, but they have all these exotic meats there. Yeah, I'm not surprised your part of the world it's dropping below 0 Celsius at night. We're just starting to get into what is probably going to be a very hot and dry summer. We actually had a lot of rain this week, which was a little bit of a surprise. But the summer generally is probably going to be pretty dry and pretty hot. And it's probably going to be a nightmare bushfire season, which you're probably going to see in the media in the Northern Hemisphere. Okay, what? I'm sure there was another exotic meat. I'm trying to think what the exotic meats were. Emu, camel. I knew there was another one. Camel. There are a lot of feral camels around Darwin. So I tried, the meat I tried was kangaroo, emu, crocodile, water buffalo, and camel. None of them were great. You're in favor of less snow in winter. Yes, I've seen New York State can get pretty brutal. We definitely had a warmer winter than usual here. You remember a place in Vic Falls advertising game meat with crocodile and antelope. There you go. But yeah, I've had crocodile. It was very rubbery. I'm sure you could get it better prepared than I had it because I essentially had it from a food truck. But yeah, you can definitely get the exotic meats. And in fact, yeah, kangaroo is just mainstream. It's in the supermarkets here. Well, still, yeah, Mildura is a hellhole, Safa. 30 Celsius in Mildura after 11 p.m. Well, I don't know why I'm shitting on Mildura. We get weeks in Melbourne where it doesn't go much below 30. We'll get it where for a whole week or two, the maximum will be over 35, sometimes over 40, and the minimum doesn't go much below 30. That shit gets really hard to tolerate after about the third day. It's like, yeah, you get a hot day and a hot night, like, oh, that's pretty intense, but I'm okay. Second day, you're going like, oh, this is kind of fucked. Third day, you go, nah, this is bullshit. I'm not taking this. If you don't have good air conditioning, it's like fucked. Yeah, 30 Celsius is about 90 Fahrenheit. So I got a temperature converter on here. Okay. My converter's not working. Here we go. Length, time, speed, area, volume, pressure, power, fuel, weight, temp. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so Fahrenheit to Celsius. So Fahrenheit. So like, ooh. What we get. So, okay, 100 Fahrenheit is like 38 Celsius. And so we will often get days or even weeks that go over 110 Fahrenheit. So, and the worst usually comes in about February, and it's only November now. So we'll fucking see. Michael, you reckon 90's not terrible? Dry outside? And yeah, humidity wears you down a bit. Okay, now I'm just going to do the conversion here. My personal favorite weather, which we had this week. We had like my personal favorite. My personal favorite is probably about 75 Fahrenheit. So like 24 Celsius. 23 to 25 Celsius is about my favorite. Once it gets over that, it's a bit too warm for me. But most of summer is above that, basically. It's like spring. Spring is my favorite weather. The double crunch. These are cheesy garlic bread flavored chips. They're yummy. Being a bit of an animal, just eating these on the stream. At least I'm not leaning right into the microphone with the excuse of calling it ASMR. Holy shit, if you want to laugh, go on Twitch and look at ASMR channels because they're so fucking weird. So, Micro, 30's like 86. We sometimes get high humidity, but in summer, low humidity is more common. But we do occasionally get high humidity, which fucking sucks. "30 Celsius is like an average summer day. Most of summer is probably 25 to 30. You get a lot that goes over 30, and you occasionally get these fucking fucked runs of weather. Like I said, they normally come in January or February, where the maximum, and this will go for a week or more, the maximum will be somewhere between 35 and 42, and the minimums don't go much below 30. And that's what kills you when the overnight minimum doesn't drop. If the overnight minimum is around 30, that'll fuck you up. You can tell, like, literally, if you're going into the office, after 3 or 4 days of this, you can tell who doesn't have very good air conditioning because they look like shit when they go into the office because they're not getting any sleep because the night's too hot and humid, and they're rocking up to the office. And after about the third night of no good sleep, they look like shit. If you got decent air conditioning, you'll survive it. But if you don't, it's pretty frickin' brutal, quite honestly. Okay, I kind of pledged. So I'm eating these chips while we're talking. I've kind of pledged this is the last packet of these I was going to buy. I'm going to stop having snacks. We'll see. Drunk watching dash cam videos. Went to California, drives Russian. Oh my god. Russian dash cam videos are the wildest. Absolutely wild shit happens in Russia. You definitely get bad drivers in Australia. We do have aggressive and terrible drivers. But absolutely wild stuff happens in Russia. Here we just get, aggressive fucking wackos. But yeah, it always trips me out. You drivers don't give a fuck. They don't. They really don't. But yeah, some of the stuff that happens on Russian dash cam just defies belief. The ones where the people are trying to pull a scam to get hit by the car and fake being hit by a car, and they end up getting the shit punched out of them. Very weird. They're screaming crazy people. Oh yeah. No, there's dash cam videos are trippy AF. I think I'm gonna go get some more ice. I need more ice. Will I put chickens in charge while I go and get some ice? They'll look very shocked. One of my favorite things about the chickens in charge, that they looked very shocked. Some of a micro. Dirty Aussie redneck family. Bogans. Our word for redneck is bogan. I'm just going to go get some ice. I'm drinking a bit more water from the melted ice. All right, I'm going to take these glasses out and I'm going to get some more ice. Probably only take me, I don't know, 30 to 60 seconds. We'll see how I go. You know, chicken's in charge in the meantime with some elevator music. I'll be back. All right. I have glasses with ice. Ice, ice, baby. All right. Confused looking chickens. Move aside. Oofed. Yes, no, yeah, they definitely look like the old inflatable sex dolls. Definitely. Got another one of these chocolate cookies. I'm very poorly behaved. Well, you know. Oh. I just got these at the supermarket this afternoon because they're on special. They're pretty yummy. Sorry. Okay. I need to do this headline. New South Wales police officer Dominic Gaynor sentenced for pointing gun towards colleague over Top Gun Maverick spoilers. Sydney police officer who pointed a gun towards a colleague after warning him not to reveal spoilers about the movie Top Gun Maverick has been handed a 2-year good behaviour bond and a conviction. Constable Dominic Francis Gaynor was working behind the counter at Day Street Police Station in the CBD. 26-year-old probationary constable Morgan Royston saw the Tom Cruise blockbuster and said, "I'll spoil it for you." The agreed facts state that Gaynor, 30, laughed as a different colleague left the room and said, "Don't spoil the movie, you cunt." Gaynor's quoted as saying, "I'll shoot you." Agreed facts said Gaynor then took his Glock out of its holster, pointed his firearm at the vicinity of the complainant, held it stationary for 5 seconds. The offender's finger was on the receiver, not the trigger. The offender was laughing throughout this thing. Gaynor pleaded guilty to carrying a firearm with disregard for the complainant's safety. Complainant forced to quit over incident. He left the force, became emotional in court, described falling into depression. Called wanting to be a police officer, being aware of serious dangers. Common for juniors to share jokes and tease each other. It's just so fucking stupid. I had to read that because it's so ridiculously stupid. Thanks, Micro. I'm yummy. Well, they called it a cookie in the supermarket. Can only imagine the actual situation. Oh, the whole thing sounds fucked and stupid. Well, he did pull a gun, so there's a whole thing. But yeah, the whole thing sounds incredibly stupid. Ridiculous. What's going on? I don't think there's anything else good in the headlines. Oh, goodness me. Oh, you got someone charged under law banning Nazi salutes. Oh yeah, that guy's an actual neo-Nazi. So fuck him. I hope he gets a conviction. Okay, this is a very innocuous one. Weird things kids sleep with. Parents reveal weirdest things they've been found sleeping with. Kid sleeping with a giant elephant snuffed toy and a rock. Little boy sleeping with 2 footballs. I don't think this is really working as a discussion. I'm going to ditch it. Baby sleeping with a dingo. Historically, a bad idea. So if it was the flavor queen, it was like, what was it called? It was called caramel pretzel. It was actually pretty good. All right, so. Okay, so it's going to make myself an old-fashioned. And because I have several bottles to choose from, I need to decide which bottles I'm going to use to make the old-fashioned. All right. I think we're going to do something cask strength here. All right. I have an God, I think I need to do another toilet break. I'll make this up. Okay. Rum? I'm really tempted to do the Jimmy Rum. Jimmy Rum. That's technically the name of a rum I have is Jimmy Rum. Yeah. So you can do this sweet one, amaretto single malt. And what's the ABV on this? 46. That's actually a popular alcohol content with Australian makers. 46 to 48%. Okay, I've got a Okay, do a little bit of cask strength. All right. We're all right. Okay, so. Okay, I'm a little bit fucking drunk at the moment, quite honestly. Okay, let's go over here. Do the amaretto finished whiskey and a cask strength whiskey. But for something different, I'm going to do this. Okay, so this is a sour apple syrup I made this week, which is literally like boiled down apple juice. This used to be apple juice. Nothing else, didn't add anything to it. Just simmered it on the stove for like 2 hours. Keen to see what sort of old-fashioned it makes. I made a sour with it, which was good. So, going to do 1.5 ounces of this whiskey that was aged in an amaretto or finished in an amaretto barrel. Half an ounce of cask strength, which is like 60%. Super strong whiskey. Right, I reckon poured some whiskey on my pants. That's okay. That means I have whiskey pants. And dash of bitters. All right. All right. And now, oh, sorry. See what shop? It was just like from a Woolworths supermarket, and it was on special, like because it was near its use-by date. I always buy shit that's on special because it's near its use-by date, because that's just how I roll. I'm stirring my old fashioned. This is a reasonably expensive old fashioned because neither of the whiskies that are in this are cheap. One of them is potentially my most expensive whiskey, most expensive bottle. Okay. That fucking syrup is really wild in an old fashioned. It's not terrible, but having used it in a sour and now in an old fashioned, I think I'll only use it in sours from now on. Do I still have some of these chips? I think I need something salty. I need to eat something salty. Have a salty gay time. Yeah, I think it's just going to get the sweetness off my palate. Which is a good thing. Okay. Yum. Okay, that's pretty yummy. I like that. Man, that's actually really, really weird. Not awful, not bad, but definitely weird. Well, there you go. I have established something in my own mind. Only use that sour apple syrup in a sour cocktail. Don't use it in an old fashioned, at least not a whiskey old fashioned. I wonder if I put a little bit of this. This is also an apple syrup, but this is completely different in that I covered some apple slices with sugar and let the sugar absorb the apple juice and liquefy. And then I cooked or toasted some cooking spices in a saucepan. That was cinnamon and star anise and cardamom and nutmeg. And then added the apple slices and syrup to that and simmered it for a little while and reduced it. That's like definitely sweet and not at all sour, whereas the other one is an interesting mix of sweet and sour. That sweet and sour is giving a weird smoky note to this. Again, it's not unpleasant. It's just unusual and not exactly what I was expecting. You know, that's the sort of thing that makes life interesting when you get something that you weren't expecting. Is capitalism dead? Yanis Varoufakis thinks it is, and he knows who killed it. Yeah, the capitalists killed it, really. Gross scenes as P&O cruise ship infested with revolting insects. Who the fuck would go on a cruise? They're just fucking disease vectors. They're the worst. Oh yes, and the Hollywood actor strike ends, which is excellent. And again, the actor strike, the writer strike, they won what they wanted. The studios just need to stop being fuckheads. They're just redonkulous. That's right. There was talk about a Legend of Zelda movie this week. So everyone was having fun with casting suggestions from serious to funny and silly ones. Safa, I've had something waiting in my PO box for a couple of weeks. In fact, it's the book that Justin sent me, which I'm actually looking forward to getting it and reading, but I just haven't been in a position to get it for weeks. I'm going to the office on Monday and Tuesday. I will get the thing in the PO box either Monday or Tuesday, so it will probably be revealed if I do a Tuesday night stream. I was just looking at how, sorry, just gesticulating with my hands and how the webcam does it. So if I could do a really big gesticulation, like, so, yeah, there will be a potentially quite interesting book to read some bits of and streams next week. Let's see what's what. Okay, well, I'm glad I did this experiment of the sour apple syrup in an old fashioned, because now I know never to do it again. I don't hate it. I'm not repulsed by it. I'm going to drink it. But I will definitely keep it for sour drinks in the future. It's very weird. Might do one with rum at one point. A rum sour or a daiquiri variation. Who knows? Talking about Zelda casting, it's still one of my favorite memes that people do deliberately to wind someone up, because although the series is all called The Legend of Zelda, the central character is always Link, who's a boy. And it resulted in like people like someone who's an artist doing a feminized version of Link and captioning it, "If Zelda was a girl," just to wind people up. I'm fairly easily amused, and I find that pretty amusing, quite honestly. It's often quite funny to wind people up. Sydney Opera House not lighting up for Diwali, eh? Woolworths Christmas crackers leave people in stitches. Used office supplies. Hilarious prizes in this year's Woolworths bonbons. Saying the factory forgot to buy toys and used office supplies instead. A bulldog clip is one of the prizes. So someone had some Woolworths bonbons. Prizes were a bulldog clip, a padlock with keys, tweezers, some sort of small spring, a paper clip. These do seem quite ridiculous. Peculiar items in the $15 packs took the thing to a whole new level. If you work in an office, hate your job, but have to plan the Christmas party, this would be a fun thing to do. Yeah, Christmas bonbons are quite stupid, quite honestly. But, you know, that's all then. So if I think you meant Chris Pratt. Because that's what people are worried about. Robbie Williams. Oh, that's right. There's a thing on Netflix thing on him. What else is happening? Oof. What is the bird test? How does it test the longevity of relationships? I'm going to go out and say, no, it doesn't. Okay, so what is this dumb shit? Bird test states, if you say something that could be deemed insignificant and your partner responds with genuine curiosity, that's a good sign that the relationship will last a long time. Oh my God. These pop psych things are always fucking stupid. And as soon as someone says something never fails, it's like, well, this is obviously horse shit. Alyssa from the US shared a now viral video explaining a test, how a friend, partner, family member reacts to an insignificant conversation known as a bid for connection. Bird test is usually in a context of a romantic relationship. I do it with friends, family members, anyone I meet. If they pass the bird test, I tell them so fast because this shit is so fascinating. Study stated a bid for connection is any attempt from one partner to another for attention, affirmation, affection, or a positive connection. I meet this girl, we start becoming friends, we go to Starbucks. One day we're sitting at a table, I'm looking out the window, I see a woodpecker. I say, holy shit, there's a woodpecker in the tree. Girl whips around so fast, she's like, where? I kid you not. Next 10 minutes, we stared at the thing. Googled random facts about woodpeckers. If someone just blows you up, oh, cool, it's a woodpecker, it's a bad sign. I know, this pop psychology stuff is always bullshit. So if your brain's tired, well, it's almost midnight, man. Brain being tired is completely legitimate. Was there much longer? God, that is so weird. It's kind of like when I have a really good drink. I can't resist saying every time I sip it, this is a really good drink. And when I have a really weird drink, I can't resist saying every time I sip it, this is a really weird drink. I rarely make something for myself that's actively bad. It does happen sometimes, though. I make a mistake. I see a recipe and I go, yeah, that looks good. That has potential. I'm going to make that. That sounds good. Probably less than 1 in 10 times it's bad. Maybe 1 in 20. And I'm never quite sure why. It's like, why did I think this would be good and it turned out bad? But sometimes it happens. Not very often, but sometimes. Actually, that one got, that with a weird sour syrup, got better as it diluted. Reese Witherspoon rumored to be dating Kevin Costner. Isn't there a huge age difference between them? Reese Witherspoon and Kevin Costner are not dating. Reese Witherspoon's 47 and Kevin Costner's 68. Honestly, that's a bit of a big gap. Less of an issue when you're in your late 40s to date someone. Actually, it's still a little bit weird. It's not really a power imbalance with people like that, but if it was happening and they were fine with it, then well and good. Still a bit weird. A 20-year age gap is a little bit weird. I'm just eating chips and talking about celebrity dating. Optical illusion shows a woman's arms in different... As for people who don't know how digital cameras work. Okay. I'm actually going to share this image so you know what I'm talking about. And it is weird, but it's only super weird for people who don't know how digital cameras work. So it's like this woman, this is a picture taken, and her arms are in 3 different positions and 3 different things. That's because she probably moved relatively quickly, and the digital camera does a scan across. And so it picked up her arms in a different position in each thing. And that's just because that's how digital cameras work. What in the Black Mirror is happening? I went to the App Store for answers. So the iPhone's not a camera, it's a computer. So it's like, yeah, she was just moving quickly. An old, like a film camera, when you take a picture, the shutter opens, light comes in, and it captures everything in one moment. Digital cameras do a scan across. So if something in the image is moving quickly, you'll get a weird result. Raze! What's up, bro? Feel like I haven't seen you for a little while. Hope you're being fine. So yes, I agree that picture where her arms, you see her in 2 reflections and one's herself, and her arms are in different positions in each of the 3 images. It feels weird, but it's only if you don't know how digital cameras work. But yes, as someone who's brought up around photography, not digital, analog photography, just generally, the phrase "the camera never lies" is stupid. And I mean just like phenomenally stupid. Because photos are by definition a lie. Photos aren't reality. Photos capture a moment in time that a human with binocular vision can't actually see. So, yeah. That's just it's almost a Grinchy thing. Cameras always lie. Heine, Sony released a global shutter. Doesn't have a rolling shutter. There you go. An analog cameras have a rolling shutter. Yeah, well, it's like people who don't understand how either analog or digital photography actually works. like your old analog film cameras, capture this frozen moment that a person with binocular vision will never see. It's basically they're capturing this frozen moment, what a one-eyed person would see, and the colors may be misrepresented as well. And also, if it's a very fast shutter speed, it freezes a moment that a human watching it can't freeze like that. So cameras, by definition, lie. What a camera sees is not what a person sees. And the difference between the camera and person's perception will vary based on the type of camera and the settings on the camera and what the camera is looking at. But what a camera sees is most definitely not what a person sees. A camera is an approximation with very specific constraints. Here you go. I didn't know if I was going to eat all those chips, and I did. I'm an animal. Oh well, fish party night. I'm allowed to eat junk on party night. Why am I allowed to eat junk on party night? Because I say I'm allowed to eat junk on party night. So, Rays, we still use cameras as evidence in court, as if it's out. Oh my God. And in fact, we make terrible things where there's augmented video, like when the base video is at low resolution and like the prosecution puts it through some enhancement thing to say, there you go, it actually shows clearly. That is awful, because the image they're showing, when it starts with a low resolution image, there's a whole bunch of software you can use to refine that image. But what it's doing is making a succession of guesses. It's going like, okay, I have this many pixels and it's kind of blocky. I want to resolve it. I want to double the number of pixels. When it doubles the number of pixels, it guesses each of those things, what it does. And then it refines it again. And it's another level of guessing of the right way to go. And and so what it ends up showing, which has for decades been accepted in courts as evidence, it's like, no, that's a guess on a guess on a guess on a guess as to what you're seeing. And you absolutely should not convict someone based on that, because it's fucked. So if you're getting inquisitive, flavor of chips, which were half price when I got them. Smith's Double Crunch cheesy garlic bread. They are very crunchy. So, Rays, you did your security course, Cert 2, Laws and Legislation, learn criminal code. You recommend learning criminal code? Yeah, well, it's pretty wild. Because the amount of times people get suckered into believing various things about the law, it's like one of the biggest mistakes you can make is believing a fucking cop, quite honestly. Because, I don't know, they tend to fucking lie, quite honestly. Drink a bit more soda water so I'm not too drunk or dehydrated, so I will be okay in the morning. I may or may not drink a little bit more booze tonight. We'll see. And we go, just drinking that soda water and really appreciating it. That was a very random question, Safa. What's the Sydney football coachified? I'm kind of with Rays. I don't give a fuck about Sydney. I certainly don't give a fuck about sport. I think I'm vaguely aware of seeing some headlines about something, but I certainly don't know any specifics or give a fuck about any specifics. Because fuck that nonsense. Also, I don't mind anyone who is into it and is interested in it. That's fine. That's your thing. But for me, personally, I don't give a fuck. Okay, and that's a weird reference to fuck shit stack. You gotta fuck shit stack. What's his name? I'm trying to remember. And I can't remember his name, but I could look it up on YouTube. This guy is a really clever musician. Oh god, I almost remember. I kind of want to remember it because I recorded a live thing of his. It's on my channel. It's bugging me that I can't remember. So I'll look it up because I remember this pivotal track being called Fuck Shit Stack. Reggie Watts. That's his name. He's very cool. And he's still doing music. And I saw him, I went to YouTube Live. That's not coming up. And anyway, I was walking around YouTube Live. And I was kind of disparaging things that were happening. And they had some rappers and beatboxers. And I was going, well, that's kind of dumb. And then I was going, oh, look, there's another beatboxer, what the fuck? And then he started doing his lines, and it was like, yo, where my gerunds at? And I said, no, I changed my mind. I think this guy's interesting. I'm looking at, YouTube Live highlights. It's a 20-minute video. What's this one? That's just 4 minutes. Where I see some big stars like Philip DeFranco and Smosh. Do you want to see the time I met Smosh 14 years ago? I feel like I should. I feel like I should share that. I should turn off my elevator music. I'm gonna share the time I met Smosh 14 years ago. All right. So I'm gonna do this. But the Smosh guys recently rebought Smosh. They own Smosh again. Let me do this. You'll see it. This is 14 years ago. I think they were still teenagers then. Okay, so this is YouTube Live 14 years ago. That's sup, Ricky. Tonya TKO, she's cool. But did the video stop playing or what? Oh yeah, I literally lied my way onto a VIP bus, which was pretty funny. Dax Flame. There you go, there's Smosh. There's a little bit of video of crossing the Golden Gate Bridge. Stop sharing. Did the video play? Oh dear, that was 14 years ago. Fucking hell, that's wild. So yeah, I'm sorry, that was just a weird random thing I decided to share. 14 year ago, YouTube Live. Oh, sorry, it's just time and age and everything is really weird. And so I look at that and go, oh, I was in my 40s, but you could barely hear it. Oh well, there was a lot of noise. It wasn't a good microphone. It was just a handheld camera with its onboard microphone. And I also think the audio was on low at first. I did turn it up. But yeah, it was a weird time. It's a very weird time. I remember that music that I used to use. Try to think of another thing. Oh, I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get like a copyright infringement. But I was scrolling through YouTube and this random thing, and it was posted 15 years ago, and it's popped up because of the fucking Gaza war going on at the moment. From Yes Prime Minister and the Arabs in Israel, and it's from the 70s. But it tripped me the fuck out because it's talking about like the mainstream orthodoxy from the 70s. And it's like in British politics, the mainstream orthodoxy in the 70s was anti-Israel and pro-Arab, which is probably about oil and whatnot. And they're talking about how the Americans are trying to get the British to abstain from a UN vote condemning Zionism. And the idea that Britain would fucking speak out against Israel today is just wild. And that's what trips me out, is that the political orthodoxy, the mainstream orthodoxy in this Yes Minister from the 70s is 100% the reverse of the orthodoxy today. And you can see what it was. It was the Americans. The Americans were pro-Israel because they saw that as them having influence and power in the Middle East. And it's just super trippy to watch. It's very weird. Weird to me in us anyway. Trying to think. I don't want to play this 20-minute one of the YouTube live highlights because there's probably copyright issues with the music. That was when I saw Katy Perry and Akon. So that's a thing I often throw in to trick people. We talk about things I've seen live, and I'll talk about things that are kind of obviously things I'm into, and then I'll have like Akon and Katy Perry on the list, and people assume I would never have gone to see them, but I did see them at YouTube Live, and I have the video evidence to prove it. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. I've got just seeing weird headlines about crypto going up again, and you're like, man, it is all a freaking scam. I don't want to be too much of a wet blanket. Oh, The Killer's on Netflix now. God, there's a bunch of movies I want to watch on the streaming services. Let's see if I get to see John Wick 4. I haven't seen John Wick 4, and that's free on the streaming services now. I might watch John Wick 4 this weekend. Is Katy Perry nice? I don't know, Safa. I've never met the woman. I saw her from the audience. But I could not answer anything about Katy Perry being nice. But I did get literal front row seats to this show. Actually, you know what? I do want to show it because I think it shows me meeting Chad, one of the YouTube founders. And what I didn't twig is he was sitting with the Google founder. So I got to say hi to Chad, but I didn't recognize the Google founders. If I'd recognized them and said hello and shook their hands, I could have legit said, I've shaken hands with billionaires. So Noog, drop the world's smallest violin to nubble around and find it. Okay, now I'm gonna play the start of this because I think we'll see me meeting Chad from YouTube founder. So do this. All right. And is the volume up? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna play this. And there's Philip DeFranco. And there you go, he recognized me. See, I used to know really famous YouTubers 14 years ago. Probably can't hear me, but I'm literally in the front row. You can see there, the stage is right there. Those are a bunch of big name YouTubers at the time over there. That's why I'm shooting the video of them. And that's the professional. Now this, I was literally in the lead up. I was broadcast around the world by this guy just before the show started. I was so okay. There's Katy Perry. Pointing her bum out. I think I should stop that so I don't get a content match, although I might have already got it. So I thought that was the one that had Chad, one of the YouTube founders, in it, but apparently not. Did have some relatively big name YouTubers in it, though. Was there another one? Oh, the old days. What the hey? Anyway, okay, you know what? It's 12:30, and I was half tempted to make more alcohol, but I actually think that would be a bad idea. No, that was Safa. That was in San Francisco. I traveled all the way to San Francisco at my own expense just for that event. I had tickets to the event that I didn't pay for, and I was super, super, super surprised when my ticket was literally front row for the show. But yeah, no, I paid my own way to San Francisco to see that. I suppose I should do the ceremonial eating of the cherry. What year? It was 14 years ago. 2009, I guess. Actually, I can look. That video was uploaded December 2008. So actually coming up on 15 years. So that was about 15 years ago. Holy cow, eh? So there you go. That's about 15 years ago that I traveled to San Francisco for that show. Anywho, I am going to go sleepy bobos. I think I'm probably going to do a Saturday night stream. I won't say 100% I will, but there's a pretty solid chance I'll do a Saturday night stream. I feel like I've been responsible tonight. I have had a couple of drinks, but I haven't had an excessive amount of drinks. So I'll probably be in a good state to do a stream tomorrow night. So you all take care. I hope to see you another time, but I will say